to now direct your attention to Exhibit 119. We spent a lot of time, I'm sorry, Judge, just for the record, so the jury knows, we have paralegal Natalie Nell at table to help with the exhibits.
Okay.
Because once again, he does not trust me with glitter.
This is true. This is true. Sir, we spent some time talking about the background of the Crumbley house. So we're going to talk now about November the 30th, 2021. And you stated that you were able to put together sort of a digital footprint from that day.
Correct.
Okay. So Exhibit 119, which has been admitted, this is the Oxford High School surveillance video from when the defendant's son was dropped off. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you determined that he was dropped off by James Crumbley at 7:46 a.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. We will determine the time that Jennifer Crumbley got to her place of employment that day.
A little after 9 in the morning.
It's Exhibit 120.
We have no objection to that.
Thank you. Sir, this is a screenshot from surveillance footage of her employer from November the 30th, 2021. And that's Jennifer Crumbley on November 30th, 2021, entering that building at 9:04 a.m.
Correct.
Now, shortly after she arrived, did she receive a phone call from the school?
Yes, you did.
Exhibit 121.
We have no objection.
121's admitted.
And this is a snippet from her phone log, would that be correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so November the 30th, 2021 at 9:24 a.m. was a missed phone call, and that's from Oxford High School.
That's correct.
Okay. And she called the school back at 9:27 a.m., is that right?
That's correct.
And they had a 5-minute and 43-second conversation?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did she receive a text shortly after that phone call?
Yes.
Right, this is Exhibit 122 and 123.
I have no objection to 122 or 123.
122 and 123.
So 122, this is the text message found on her phone from an individual. It ended up being her son's school counselor at Oxford High School.
Correct.
Okay, and this is a picture of what we'll call an altered math worksheet at 9:31 a.m.
Correct.
All right, and if you were to click on that link, this would come.
Correct.
Okay. And then did she also receive an email with the original math worksheet?
That's correct.
All right, this is Exhibit 124.
No objection.
And this email,
124 is admitted.
thank you. That was shortly thereafter. And the image in the email was in fact Exhibit 74, which was the math worksheet that her son created on November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay. So she had this information about 9:30 in the morning on November the 30th.
Correct.
Okay. Did Jennifer contact James right after that?
Yes, you did.
Exhibit 125.
No objection.
125 is admitted.
So, this is the Facebook message chat, the one that was deleted from Jennifer's phone. Blue is Jennifer Crumbley, is that correct?
That is correct.
And green will be James Crumbley.
That's correct.
Okay. So, at 9:33 a.m., what did Jennifer write to James?
Call now with now in all caps, emergency. And then she texted again, less than 2 minutes later, emergency.
Okay. And she sent these two pictures, both the original and the altered worksheet to James?
That's correct.
And this is at 9:38 a.m.?
Correct.
What was James' response at 9:44?
James responded with, my God, WTF.
What is that?
WTF, what the fuck,
Okay.
excuse me. Then responds, vet not here yet, It's McElmurray for Kira's horse, still waiting on vet.
And we already talked about that they were concerned over one of their horses' medical issues.
Correct.
Okay. And what was Jennifer's response at 9:50?
She responded, he said he was distraught about last night.
And James's response to that?
We talked about it this morning, and then he asked her, you talked to him?
Okay, and that's 9:51. And what was Jennifer's response?
6 minutes later, she texted, can you call?
Did Jennifer leave her work and head to the school?
Yes, she did.
Did Jennifer Crumbley also text this picture, Exhibit 74, to anybody else at that time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. This is Exhibit 126.
We have no objection.
126 is amended.
Now, she sent this picture, this text to Andrew Smith at 10:05 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. Did you learn who Andrew Smith was?
Yes, I did.
And that was her boss?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And what did she text with the caption on this picture?
She said, I have to go to my kid's school, counselor just called, and this is what I'm dealing with. I'll be back 11:30 to 12 at the latest.
And did she leave her employment?
Yes, she did.
Okay. This is 127.
No objection.
127 is amended.
Okay, this is her leaving at 10:06.
Yes.
You want to go back to Exhibit 125 briefly? Skipped over it. She wrote, can you call at 9:57, and then what did she write?
She wrote, heading to his school, I'm very concerned.
Okay, so at 10:04, she wrote, heading to his school, and I'm very concerned. At 10:05, she sent that picture right here to Mr. Smith.
Correct.
At 10:06, she walked out the door to the building.
Correct.
Okay. Did James and Jennifer Crumbley have a phone conversation at this point?
Yes, they did.
Okay, this is 128.
No objection.
128 is amended.
And sir, this is a snippet from the call log found on Jennifer Crumbley's cell phone, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, well, first she got a phone call from the school. This is a phone call to the school counselor at 10:07 a.m.
That's correct.
That's a 40-second call?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm sorry, that was Exhibit 121, not 128.
I'm sorry, you said 121.
That's 121.
121.
Okay, and Your
That's
Honor,
part of the call.
I would just ask that the witness answer questions instead of the prosecutor stating essentially all the information as he goes along.
Okay, so I guess it's the objections leading.
Leading.
Okay.
I'll rephrase.
All right.
All right, 128.
No objection?
Did James and Jennifer have a phone conversation after this?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Well, first, this is part of Exhibit 125. What time is this?
This is at 10:12,
Okay, and then what did she write?
heading to his school.
Okay. And here's Exhibit 128 from James Crumbley's call log. What is this?
It's a call to Jennifer at 10:29 a.m.
Okay. So at 10:29 a.m., they have a 7-minute and 16-second phone conversation.
That's correct.
Did both James and Jennifer Crumbley arrive at the Oxford High School?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And approximately what time did they arrive?
It was around 10:20, somewhere around there, I believe.
Okay, if I showed you a timeline that indicated 10:37 arrival, would that sound right?
Yes, I apologize. Yes,
That's fine.
yes.
Okay. Now, we had discussed this portion of the case at a previous hearing, and you had indicated they had arrived in one car and left in one car. Did you find that to be accurate?
No, it was inaccurate.
Okay, so tell me what happened.
It was, so the video system that they have only starts recording when there's enough motion to save space on the system. So they were too far away from the camera to pick up. When I initially saw them, all of a sudden they just appeared in front of one of the cars. So I assumed that they had come together,
Okay. And when did you come to find out?
that they had drove separately.
Okay. So Exhibit 129 is a portion of the Oxford High School surveillance video that depicts their arrival and the period of time they were inside for that meeting with the counselor, is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. People moved them at 129?
I have no objection, but I'm just wondering if it's the actual video that's the.
Correct.
That's the exhibit. Okay, no objection, thank you.
129 is in the video.
So there's a timestamp at the bottom, I want to make sure we see this. 10:36 a.m., and this is November 30th, 2021.
That's correct.
Okay. And let us know, please, when you see either the defendant or her husband.
The one vehicle's already backed in, and then there they are, walking up.
A is the defendant and her husband
Yes,
in the magnified area?
correct, yes.
What's this portion of the video depict?
Them coming into the school,
Well, what area of the school?
the front by where the offices are.
Okay. This is 10:39 a.m.?
Correct.
What portion of the school is this?
Looks like the front office of the school.
Now, this time right here, that's a broken clock, correct?
It is correct, it never
Okay.
changes.
So this is 10:40 a.m.
Correct. The counseling office.
I'm sorry?
They're in the counseling office, sorry.
Did you come to learn who this person was, who greeted them?
Yes,
Who's that?
Sean Hopkins,
Okay. He's the counselor at the Oxford High School?
that's correct.
Or one of the counselors? I should
One
say.
of the counselors, yes.
The time skips a little bit. This is now 10:52 a.m. What do you see in this portion?
That's the shooter coming out of the Mr. Hopkins' office.
With the red backpack?
Correct,
So they walked in at 10:41 and the shooter walked out at 10:52?
correct.
This is 10:53. Who do you see?
That's James and Jennifer Crumbley coming out of the Mr. Hopkins' office.
Now, there was something in his hand here. What is that? If you can tell?
I wasn't able to tell what that is.
Okay. Okay, Jennifer Crumbley has a piece of paper in her hand.
Yes, she does.
Did she have that walking into the counselor's office?
No, she did not.
And then right there, she handed that piece of paper to James Crumbley?
Correct.
this is 10:54 and almost 10:55 a.m.?
Correct?
Okay. Do you see James and Jennifer Crumbley at the top of the screen walking
Yes,
to the car?
yeah, they're at the top of the screen coming
Okay.
from school.
Thank you. What are we seeing in this scene right here?
One of their vehicles is leaving right there, the black one. In that third row on the far right, the other car should be leaving shortly now.
Okay. Okay. This is one of the Crumbley vehicles?
Yes, it is.
Right, and this is 10:57, about 10:58,
Correct.
okay? So we saw them walk in at 10:41 to the office. There's some left at 10:52. is that right?
Correct.
And then we saw them leave the parking lot here at 10:57, 10:58.
That's correct.
Okay. So how long total, if you know, were they in the counselor's office?
It was about 12 minutes.
What's the first thing that Jennifer Crumbley did on her phone or social media after that meeting?
She sent a message to Kira Bennett.
Okay, this is 1:30.
Do we have no objection?
So this is a screenshot,
Correct.
is that right? Okay. And these were taken from Kira Pennick's phone.
That's correct.
Okay. So the icon there, the picture on the horse, this is Jennifer Crumbley's words, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what did she write at 10:58 a.m.?
Okay, I'll bring some out later. Just had to get my son's school, go to my son's school, and meet his counselor. Shit day.
And then Kira's response?
Oh man, everything okay? Do you still want to do lesson tonight?
And then what did Jennifer respond to that?
Yeah, I still plan on doing the lesson. Everything's okay. He's just having a hard time after losing Tank, his friend going away to a treatment facility, and who knows what else. But he was caught drawing this on his math assignment today.
And then this is Exhibit 74, the math drawing that she was sent.
Correct.
And then what did Jennifer write in this post, in this message?
As long as I can get out there early enough, because I had to leave work for an hour, and I have a meeting in Southfield at 3, but I should be done with that by 4. I plan on being there, plus the vet said it's better for him to move around to keep his circulation going while he's dealing with mud fever. Good times.
She's talking about her horse, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when she said, I had to leave work for an hour, she's talking about when the school called her for that meeting.
That's correct.
And what was the response at 1:26 a.m.?
She's,
Oh, I'm sorry, if you can read that.
it's, Kira responded with, OMG, oh my God, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he, and then it cuts off.
Okay, that's fine. The rest of these will be in through Kira later on. What's the first thing that James does when he leaves the meeting?
Starts door dashing.
This is 1:31.
No objection?
1:31. So what are we looking at right here?
That was a response from a search warrant served to DoorDash.
Okay, so we have not just the 30th, but we also have the 29th. And I'm going to direct you to the first DoorDash, November 30th, 21, at 11 a.m. Is that right?
That, correct, that's when he checks in.
Okay, so that was about 4 minutes or so, 3 minutes after he left the parking lot?
That's correct.
And Jennifer's text to Kira was about 2 minutes after she left
That's
the parking lot?
Yep.
Did Jennifer go back to work?
Yes, she did.
All right, here's 1:32.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to read fast. No objection?
132 is admitted.
Thank you. And this is what?
Her re-entering her place of employment 11:24 a.m.
Okay. And that's November 30th?
Correct.
Going back to Exhibit 130. First, what's the next thing she does, either on her phone or social media accounts after 11:24?
I'm sorry.
If you recall, what's the first thing that she does after 11:24 on either her phone or social media account?
I don't recall.
Well,
I'm
that's
sorry.
fine. We have Exhibit 130 already admitted. So 11:26 a.m.
Correct.
Okay, so you read the very top line of that OMG needs horse therapy.
Correct.
This is 11:26 a.m., so she received this 2 minutes after she walked in the door at her employment?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and read that.
Says, OMG, he needs some horse therapy. I bet he would love Mo. Whatever works for you, just let me know. I only have Bella's lesson tonight at 5:30, so anytime after her lesson is fine.
And what did Jennifer Crumbley write back?
Jennifer responds with, okay, yeah, well, he'll be coming with me tonight. James is working, he can't be left alone.
From the context of this conversation, did you take it that he was referring to her son?
Yes, correct.
And what did Kira write in response?
Does he want to ride?
And her response?
Jennifer responded, I don't know. Maybe brush a small horse so he's not intimidated, LOL.
And then Kira?
Kira responds with, Mo would be perfect. And then Jennifer responds with, okay.
Okay.
Kira then goes on to say, make it a family event. Coming out to the barn, really though, I've seen some amazing things done with horses, with kids.
Thank you. Now, did Jennifer Crumbley text her son after that school meeting?
Yes, she did.
Okay. This is 133.
I'm sorry, sorry. I have no objection, I'm sorry.
132 is admitted.
Thank you. Now, this is the same text thread that we referred to earlier, found on Jennifer Crumbley's phone between, well, this was on the shooter's phone. No, I'm sorry, Jennifer Crumbley's phone,
Yes,
the entire text thread.
correct, yes.
Thank you, okay. Green is Jennifer Crumbley, blue is her son.
Correct.
Okay. Tell us what she wrote to him at 12:21 p.m. on November the 30th.
She said, she asked, you okay? And then he responds shortly after that, yeah, I just got back from lunch.
Okay, and her, what did she say?
About 60 minutes later, she says, you know you can talk to us and we won't judge.
And his response to that at 12:42 p.m.?
At 12:42, he says, I care, I know, thank you, I'm sorry for that, I love you.
Now, we'll introduce the rest of the thread. Did she respond to that?
No, not immediately, no.
When did she respond to it?
After the shooting started.
After the shooting was made public?
Yes.
How many minutes later, if you know?
Over a half an hour.
Now, you're the investigator who pulled the footage, you reviewed the footage, and you know the timeline of the shooting, the day of the event.
Correct.
Okay. And so at 12:42 p.m., you know that was a few minutes before the shooter went into the boys' bathroom outside of 258, classroom 258, and began to load his firearm.
That's correct.
And he emerged at 12:51 p.m.
That's correct.
Now, what's the first relevant event in either James or Jennifer's phone or email or social media accounts after 12:42 p.m.?
An alert was sent to, an email was sent to James's phone from the high school.
This is 134.
No objection?
134 is admitted.
Thank you. This is an email from Oxford Community Schools sent to James Crumbley's email address at 1:09 p.m.
Correct.
And that's, to your knowledge, the active shooter alert that went out to all parents in the district?
That's correct.
Now, when James received this, he was still making DoorDash deliveries?
Yes, he was.
Were you able to pull location history from his device?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
This is 113, I'm sorry, 136.
No objection?
Is this 135 or 136?
136, Judge. We skipped 135.
No
Wait.
objection?
Yeah, I have no objection to 136.
136.
And then, are you gonna do it?
No, we're skipping 135.
You're skipping, okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to keep my numbers straight.
136 is okay.
Thank you, Judge. So this is location data from his email, the email that he received the active shooter alert,
Correct.
November 30th, 2021, and this is at what time?
This is at 1:13 PM.
Okay. And where is this?
This is at the Meyer. He's in the parking lot of the Meyer.
Okay. And that's the Meyer off of Ray Road?
Yeah, it's the one that I responded to, yes.
Okay, so that was the reunification location for all parents?
Correct.
Okay. Did he stay there?
No, he did not.
Okay. How long was he there?
I think just a matter of minutes.
And did he call Jennifer?
Yes, he did.
This is exhibit 137.
No objection?
137 is admitted.
This is a portion of the phone call. James Crumbley's cell phone download. November 30, 2021 at 1:15 PM, he called Jennifer Crumbley.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was how long, phone call?
Just less than a minute.
Okay. And based upon your analysis of his GPS locations, where was he at when he made the phone call?
He was still in the Meyer lot, I believe.
Still in Mark. Okay. Now, did you find out that Jennifer Crumbley left her work around that time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Exhibit 138 is a surveillance video of Jennifer Crumbley leaving work. Objection?
No objection.
138 is admitted.
So this is 1:18 PM?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so this is after the active shooter alert went out at 1:09 and after she was on the phone with her husband.
Correct.
Thank you. Sir, did it appear from your analysis that Jennifer and James Crumbley spoke on the phone after she left work?
Yes, she did.
1:39?
I apologize, just really quick. 138 was the video we just saw. 139, we have no objection to.
139 is admitted.
And, okay, both were admitted, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's the call log off of James Crumbley's phone, November 30th, 2021, 1:19 PM. And how long did they speak for?
They spoke for a little over 10 minutes,
Okay, when I say they, I should be clear.
James and Jennifer.
Thank you. Okay. Could you tell that while she was on the phone with James Crumbley, did she send any messages?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Do you recall who she sent a message to?
I believe it was Andy Smith she sent a message to.
Do you know who else she sent a message to?
I don't recall. I know
Did she
there's no-
message her son?
Yes, she did. I apologize. Yes, yes.
Okay. So this is 140. This is location data.
No objection?
140 is admitted.
Thank you. 140. This is GPS location data for James Crumbley. This is 1:20 PM.
Correct.
Okay, November the 30th, and this is at their home at 112 East in Oxford?
Hunting Street, yes.
Okay, so just to back up, just to make sure we're clear, James Crumbley received the active alert email at 1:09.
Correct.
He called Jennifer Crumbley at 1:15 while he was at the Meyer parking lot,
Correct.
and he leaves the Meyer parking lot and he's home at least 1:20 PM.
Correct.
Okay, and they had a 10-minute phone call that began at 1:19 PM. That indicates to you that they're still on the phone?
Yes.
Okay. This is 141.
No objection?
141 is admitted.
Okay, so about this time of the day, could you tell if Jennifer was on the move?
Yes, she was.
Okay, so this is what time?
This is at 1:20 PM.
Okay, and this is at her location of her employment, correct?
Yeah, Telegraph at Square Lake,
Okay.
south of here.
142.
No objection?
142 is admitted.
So you said that while she was on the phone with her husband, she texted her son?
Yes, she did.
This is 142.
Okay, I'm sorry, hang on. Let me just pull it up real quick, I'm so sorry. Okay, sorry, thank you. Sorry, thank you.
November 30th, 2021, at 1:18 p.m., did she respond to the message that he sent her at 12:42?
Yes.
What did she write?
She said, "I love you too."
Then
Then says, immediately after that, "You okay?" Then 4 minutes later, she says, "Ethan, don't do it."
that was at 1:22 p.m.
Yes, it was.
That was after James Crumbley was at their home, 112 East in Oxford.
That's correct.
That's while she was on the phone with him.
Correct.
You said she sent a message to her boss, Mr. Smith.
Yes, she did.
We'll go back to exhibit 126. What did she write him at 1:23 p.m.?
123, she texts, "The gun is gone and so are the bullets."
And then what did he respond?
He responds with, "I'm praying everything is okay." And Jennifer says, "OMG," or "Oh my God, Andy, he's going to kill himself. He must be the shooter."
So that's right a minute after she wrote to her son, "Don't do it."
Correct.
And that's while she's on the phone with her husband.
That's correct.
Did you come to find out that James Crumbley called 911 that day?
Yes, he did.
Was that at 1:22 or 1:20, or was it later?
It was later.
And was it before or after they had this text message conversation?
It's after.
Phone call.
After.
Okay. So in fact, did you find that James Crumbley called 911 at 1:34 p.m.?
That's correct.
Exhibit 143.
It's the actual call. No, no objection, thank you.
143 is admitted.
So just so council knows, it's all listed in the exhibit list. It says 911 call. Easier for me.
It does, but I'm like, there's one of me. I'm going as fast as I can. I'm
Okay.
trying.
No, that's all right.
Exhibit
Okay.
143.
Okay, I'm really sure. I'm at my house. There's an active shooter situation going on at the high school. My son goes to high school. I have a missing gun at my house. I need an officer to come to my house right away, please.
Okay, I'm not gonna be able to send anybody to your house right now, so they're on the active shooter situation.
I understand that there's a missing gun here. I have a missing gun at my son's house. It's at the school. And we have to go meet with the counselor this morning because of something that he wrote on a parent paper. And then I went down and I saw a bunch of cops somewhere, and I made sure that I wanted to get to the hospital because I was going to high school, and then someone told me that there was an active shooter, and then I went home to find out. And I think my son took the gun. I don't know. With him, I don't know what's going on. He's really freaking out. My son's name is Ethan Crumbley. He's going to do it without why.
All right, so I'm gonna put you on first one second, okay? I'm just about to quickly come in and see if I can do anything for you, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Crumley?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna get your name and phone number, and when you have from the citizen that's out there dealing with the situation, he's gonna contact you, okay? What's your first name?
My first name is James.
Is what it says, Crumley? Okay. And what's that phone number for you?
240-760-6483.
Okay, do you know what your son was wearing when he left the house this morning?
He had on a pair of sweatpants and like a gray shirt, a gray white sweatshirt.
Okay. All right, so he's gonna give you a call, okay? I can't give you a time frame because we're right in the middle of all of this. I can't give you a time frame, but we're gonna give you a call as soon as it's possible, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Sir, we saw the location data that James Crumbley left the Meyer on Ray Road at 1:17, and he was home by at least 1:20.
That's correct.
What's the relative distance between the Crumbley household and Oxford High School?
Less than a mile.
Okay. Now, after this phone call was made, did you learn that James and Jennifer arrived at the Oakland County Sheriff's Office substation in Oxford?
Yes, I did.
Is this 145? Okay, no objection.
Well, what is this, 144?
140, 144, yes.
Okay, 144 is the minute?
So this is a call log. James Crumbley's phone call.
Correct.
Are you aware whose number that is, number 17?
Yeah, actually, it's one of the sergeants in Special Investigations, Sergeant Joe Bryan.
Okay, so this is after the shooter is taken into custody.
Correct.
Okay, so you know that he was taken into custody right about 1 p.m. on November the 30th?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and this is 1:50 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, so Sergeant Bryan learned who the shooter's parents are, and he made a phone call to James Crumbley.
Correct.
And shortly after this, did James and Jennifer Crumbley both go to the substation to meet with police?
Yes, they did.
No objection,
146.
no objection to 145 or 146.
145 and 146 are admitted.
Just quickly, this is the verify. They were in fact at the sheriff's office in 148, both James and Jennifer Crumbley. Is that right?
Correct, I'm sorry, yes.
Correct. 158.
Oh, what, thank you.
Okay, so they're at the sheriff's office at 1:58. Did you come to learn when they went back home?
It was about a half an hour after, or less.
This is 1:48.
Okay, no objection.
So you're able to,
It's what, and 147?
sorry, 147 and 148. Thank
Okay,
you.
there's nothing that.
So on Jennifer's phone, you can tell that she's at home by 2:30
Correct.
on November the 30th? Okay, and same with James?
That's correct.
Okay. So this is after they went to the sheriff's office and their son was in custody and then they went back home?
Correct.
Okay. Now, sir, did you have the opportunity in the course of your investigation to review what we have referred to as the burner phones as well as the replacement phones?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move ahead to December the 4th, 2021. Are you aware that they were arrested in the early morning hours of December the 4th, 2021?
Yes, I am.
Okay. This is 149, 150.
We have no objection to 149 or 150.
149 and 150 are admitted.
So I'm showing you 150. May I approach with 149?
Sure.
Sir, this is, why don't you tell me what that is?
This is a report from Celebrate, from a phone.
Okay. And that's from her, what we call burner phone?
Correct.
Okay. And up on the screen, 150 indicates that she had set an alarm on her burner phone.
I would just ask that the witness answer the questions. Leading,
That's fine.
It's the same.
That's fine. What is that show?
There's a thumbnail of what is seen on the right side of the screen there, of the alarms being set at 6:30 on Saturday morning and 6:45 Saturday morning.
And that's December the 4th, 2021.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, did you find evidence on the replacement phone, which is the phone that was ported with their original numbers, that they had attempted a two-factor authentication for social media accounts?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Now, we had talked at the very beginning of your testimony about deleted content and your ability to recover deleted content. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Okay. Were you able to uncover some deleted content in this particular case?
Yes.
And we've talked about the Facebook message chat between James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
And you've already indicated that that chat was deleted from Jennifer Crumbley's phone.
That's correct.
Now, were you able to obtain a Facebook thread between Jennifer Crumbley and someone named Brian Malash?
Yes,
And was that through a Facebook search warrant?
yes,
And did you uncover any messages before December the 1st of 2021?
no,
Okay. So if you were to learn that they had communicated on a regular basis through the Facebook Messenger chat, but you couldn't recover it, what would that indicate to you?
that it was deleted from the phone.
But on both ends, if you couldn't
Yes,
recover from
correct.
the server?
Correct.
Okay. Now, going through the evidence that you were able to uncover from Facebook itself, could you tell that some messages were selectively deleted?
Yes,
Okay. This is Exhibit 151.
This is with Renee.
Yeah.
Okay, no objection?
151's admitted.
So this is portion of what you recovered from the Jennifer Crumbley and Brian Malash Facebook chat, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. So what are we looking at here?
The first message is an automated one sent from Facebook to the device. You unsent the message.
Okay, and what's the next?
The next one says, from Jennifer, we're on the run again, helicopters, not sure where to, I'll message you.
And when was this message sent?
You can see it says +0 for UTC, so you have to subtract 5 from the actual time that's displayed there, from there. So that would have been 7:31 in the morning.
And what day was that?
8:31. That was on December 12th, or December 2nd, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that was, the shooting was November 30th, that was a Tuesday. Wednesday was December the 1st. This was the morning of December the 2nd.
Correct.
And this indicates to you that they were deleted by Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes, correct.
How can you tell that?
The message, the automated response sent from Facebook saying you unsent a message.
Also 151, what time and day is this?
This is, well, it's 7 PM UTC, which is minus 5 hours, so it's 2 PM on December 2nd.
Okay, that's Thursday, December 2nd. And
Correct.
what did she delete from her phone? What message?
She had sent him, we're fucked.
She deleted that?
Yes, she did.
Go back to Exhibit 126. Were you able to tell that Jennifer Crumbley deleted some messages she sent to Andrew Smith?
That's correct, yes.
And how were you able to tell that?
Because of the screenshots that were obtained from Andrew Smith don't match what was obtained from her
Okay.
device.
It's Exhibit 151.
No objection.
Okay, so before we get to 151, which is the extraction,
That 151 is already admitted.
yes, thank you, John. Before we show that on the screen, 126 here, these are the screenshots found from Andrew Smith's actual phone.
That's correct.
Okay, so, yeah, 10:05 a.m., this is Jennifer writing this and sending this picture, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then we just gone through this, at 1:23, she wrote, "The gun is gone and so are the bullets,"
Correct.
okay? And then, what did she write after that?
I'm praying everything is okay.
That's what Andrew Smith
If
wrote?
that's what Andrew said, yeah, then she responds, OMG, oh my God, Andy is going to kill himself. He must be the shooter.
And then what?
I need a lawyer at the substation with police. Ethan did it.
Okay, and then what did she write him at 3:39 p.m. the next day, or later that day?
Later that day, I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
And that was just a few hours after the shooting started, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then what did he write in response and what time?
At 5:47 PM, he responded with, I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations. And then she responded with, they're taking my cell phone.
Take my cell phone, okay. Here's 151, and the top message is what?
The one where she says, I need my job. Please don't judge me for what my son did.
Okay, so that's on these screenshots, so we know that wasn't deleted.
Correct.
Okay, now what about this message here?
I can't even begin to understand what you're going through. I'm praying for you. I asked Carolyn to text you some attorney recommendations.
Okay, and then we also have this final message there, taking my cell phone.
Correct.
Okay. But in the entire Cellbrite extraction from the text message thread between between Jennifer Crumbley and Andrew Smith on her phone, there were no other messages, correct?
Correct.
So that means anything before that message, she deleted.
That's correct.
Okay. So the only thing, I need my job, please don't judge me for what my son did, that was 3:39 p.m. So the gun is gone, and so are the bullets. It has been deleted. OMG, Andy, he's going to kill himself, he must be the shooter, that was deleted. I need a lawyer at substation with police, that was deleted. The picture she sent at 10:05 a.m. was deleted, as was the gun is gone, and so are the bullets at 1:23.
That's correct.
So I'm going to turn now to the Facebook messages between Kira Pennick and Jennifer Crumbley, specifically comparing what was found on Jennifer's phone with what was found from the Facebook search warrant from that particular chat.
Okay.
All right. 153 and 154.
Okay, did we do something with 152?
We have no
Oh,
objection to admitting.
This was 152, Judge. We added this one.
Okay, you don't have any objection. But 152 is in there.
No objection, right, okay. No, I'm sorry, what was,
153, 154.
no objection,
Okay.
sorry,
To 153 and 154?
correct.
153 and 154.
Thank you, Judge. Now, first, I'm going to show you 153, which was the messages left on Jennifer Crumbley's phone. And I'm just going to show you the top portion of what is the Cellbrite extraction report. So tell us what we're looking at here.
We're looking at the participants involved, one of them being Kira Pennick, the other one being Jennifer Crumbley. At the very bottom of the screen, you see the conversation instant messages of 26.
Okay. And that's not 26 messages that you selected. That's all that's remaining on her phone.
That's correct.
Okay? And 154 is what?
That's you can see at the top extraction report, Facebook warrant return from both Kira and Jennifer. And it says instant messages 4,047.
Okay, so that would indicate that everything other than those 26 messages remaining were deleted by Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
And one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, sir.
Cross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to go back to, I want to just start, you've been obviously involved in this case since the 30th of November 2021, correct?
Correct.
And since that time, you have collected and looked at an abundance of evidence related to the Crumbleys, the shooter, the shooting, everything, correct?
Correct.
And when you were testifying earlier, you testified that at a previous hearing, you had testified about the parents when they first went into Oxford High School, correct?
Correct.
And on that date, you had reviewed many, many materials prior to coming to court.
Correct.
And that hearing was a preliminary examination, which is a hearing that's before a trial, correct?
Correct.
And at that hearing, you did the best job you could in terms of explaining, answering questions.
Correct.
You were truthful on that day,
Absolutely.
as you're being today.
Yes.
And we can agree that you made a mistake about Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley arriving in the vehicle together at the school.
Because of the video, how it jumped, yes,
Okay, an honest mistake.
correct.
And it's fair to say that when you didn't have more information, you made an assumption that they had been in the same vehicle together, correct?
Correct, I didn't know how many cars they had at the time.
You see them walk into the school together, but you couldn't see before that.
Correct,
And that's why you testified, honestly, you thought they had arrived together, but it was incorrect.
correct,
And so you would agree with me that the more information you have about any topic, and the less guessing, the more accurate the information will be that you give on this witness stand, correct?
I wasn't guessing before, I didn't know how many cars they had, I just saw them appear in front of the car.
Right, so when you testified and said they arrived in the same car, that was incorrect.
Correct,
And I'm saying that had you had more information about seeing the vehicles pull up or seeing each one get out of separate cars, your testimony would have been different, correct?
it would have been included in the video, correct.
And so my point is, you do the best job you can with the information you have,
Yes, ma'am,
but you're certainly not someone who can go back in time and see and know every detail of every single thing that's happened, correct?
not every single thing, you could put together a good timeline with all the information that you gather, yes.
And it's fair to say for this jury, you have put together as detailed of a timeline as you can about all of the events before November 30th through 11/30th and beyond 11/30th, correct?
That's correct,
And when you are doing that, you are taking data from cell phones and other investigators, from surveillance, from all these different materials that are a part of the investigation in this case.
correct,
And it's possible that at times when you answer a question, you may not be accurate, but you're not sitting here intentionally trying to lie, correct?
it's absolutely correct.
Okay. I'm going to go back through the investigation that you did. It's fair to say, and I think you testified, you started obviously on November 30th of 2021, correct?
When the investigation started?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. And can you give the jury an idea of how much time it takes to get certain evidence or kind of what it looked like going forward from 11/30 when you received various pieces of information? So on 11/30th, let's talk about what you saw that day. You obviously saw the surveillance camera from the school, correct?
yes, correct.
Okay, on that day, did you have the surveillance camera from Jennifer's office?
That came afterwards,
Okay, that came down the road.
yes,
At that time, did you have the text messages between Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley?
that came no, that would have been afterwards.
Okay, when did that come?
It would have been within a week, 2 weeks of that. We would have had to, like I explained, the process of getting the data from a phone. Depending on how much data there is, it could take a while and then to sift through all of it. So it could be anywhere from a couple days to a couple weeks to get everything that you're looking for.
And in terms of the investigation, there were materials you had on the 30th, obviously.
Correct,
There were materials you received in the days following the 30th, correct?
correct,
And there were some materials that law enforcement didn't have for weeks and months that became a part of this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
that's correct,
And as more and more information became available, you would turn it over to the prosecutor's office?
correct,
And then you would assume that they would turn the evidence over to the defense for it to be used in court by all parties and the judge?
yeah, I knew my job, I don't know what they're, yeah, they have to give that up, yes, I understand that.
Okay, so at the time on the 30th, it's fair to say all of the evidence that you have in this investigation, I'm sorry, not on the 30th. the 30th was the day of the shooting, and Mrs. Crumbley was arrested overnight between December 3rd and December 4th, correct?
Correct.
And it would be fair to say that between November 30th and December 3rd, your office and team and all law enforcement were working as hard as they could to collect information and collect evidence, correct?
Correct.
While you were working as fast as you could, there were a number of materials that you did not see until after Jennifer Crumbley was arrested.
Well, just because of the sheer volume of information that we were pulling together at the time, yeah, I mean, it took a while to go through it.
And when you're looking at all of the information about Jennifer Crumbley in this investigation, much of what you're doing is looking back in time in hindsight.
In hindsight, we're trying to put a story together, a series of events or a digital footprint of what had happened. We're trying to put that together.
And as you're trying to put that together, you're doing the best you can to make the timeline and the evidence make sense, correct?
Correct.
But in terms of what happened in the months before the shooting, the day of the shooting, and the days after the shooting, you obviously were not with the Crumbleys 24/7, correct?
No, I was not with, I didn't know them before this.
And it's impossible to have, there isn't any way to have a videotape, for example, of all those months, that shooting day and the days following, correct?
Correct.
So you take bits of information and try to put it together the best you can to make sense of it.
Are you referring to this investigation or throughout life?
Well, both. I mean, I guess we do that in both, right?
I guess if, in my life, if my son had hallucinations, I would have taken serious pause with that.
All right, let's stop for 1 second. When you say hallucinations, you're saying that you would take serious pause, but in reality, you did not know the shooter before this shooting, correct?
No, I did not.
You do not have awareness if he was really having hallucinations, correct?
I would have taken some time to look into it.
You're aware that there's this text thread, and we're going to get into it later, where he's telling his parents he's seeing things, correct?
Correct.
But you weren't a part of any of the conversations or a part of that household in those days around that text message conversation, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not,
I didn't know them before this, yeah.
okay, you're not aware of what Jennifer and James and their son had been talking about in person before and after those text messages.
Well, from the text message, I know the son on a couple of occasions asked or spoke with his friend about seeing a doctor or wanted to go see his doctor. Tell his parents tell his parents that he wanted to go see a doctor.
And while there are texts between the shooter and his friend, you have no evidence that Mrs. Crumbley has ever seen those texts, correct?
That she has read them? No, I do
Right.
not.
You have, so there's texts that the shooter sent to his friend, and you have no way to know whether Jennifer Crumbley ever saw those text messages, correct?
Other than his own words saying, I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow that I want to go see a doctor.
That telling his friend, I want to go see a doctor, and I'm going to tell my parents tomorrow, you don't know if he really wanted to go see a doctor or was going to tell his parents, correct?
I understand that's counsel's argument, but it's improper questions. You already answered the question.
Okay, you don't know whether Mrs. Crumbley saw the text between her son and his friend.
No, I do not, ma'am.
And I'm also making the point, Your Honor, and the question is, you also don't know if it's true that he really planned to tell his parents anything. He has a text to a friend saying that, but you don't know whether that's true or not, correct?
Other than him saying on a couple occasions, no, I don't.
Okay? And when you say a couple of occasions, there's text messages on certain days that you testified about, but there's many, many, many other days, we can agree, that you have not testified about, correct?
In reference to what?
In reference to what he said to his friend, or in reference to what he said to the Crumbleys.
I mean, did he have are you asking, did he have conversations with them? I don't understand the question, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, my question is, you've given us bits of information about certain days, about March 9th, about a date in April, about a date in November, correct?
Correct.
Okay, there's a lot of other dates that you did not give us information about what exactly was texted to and from Ethan Crumbley and Mrs. Crumbley, correct?
Correct, there wasn't much texting between them.
Okay, you also, there's certain messages that you testified about between the shooter and his friend.
Correct.
There's also a lot of other text messages between them that you have not talked about.
Well, because the stuff that was talked about was not allowed to be talked about, you talked about,
Your Honor,
Yeah.
This-
Well, I think it's important, Judge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Counsel can't ask questions about evidence that she sought to exclude.
Okay.
telling this jury that I sought to exclude evidence that was irrelevant is very unfair, and that is improper.
Okay, well, there's a lot of improper things here. No one's hiding any evidence from the jury, okay? So I don't want any implication that this witness is hiding what evidence from someone. So,
Thank you, Judge.
so don't ask about the messages if you don't want to know. So,
Okay. When you're talking about the text messages, let's back up and do this differently. You went through text messages between the shooter and his friend to find evidence to support that the shooter was having issues, correct?
To build, we went through the text messages to try to get an idea of who he was and what he was going through and what he had talked about with his friends.
And when you saw
His friend,
text
I'm sorry.
messages, like you testified about, involving seeing things and dishes flying and demons and things along those lines, you gathered those, and that was the evidence that you've presented to this jury to support your case, correct?
Well, because those were things of importance that he was hallucinating and seeing stuff flying off his shelves. And there's no other evidence or that we could find on the phones or communication between them to say that that problem was remedied or that a phone call was made to the shooter to what's going on or how can I help you, son, or anything like that. None of that was found. So it was important that that was what he was struggling with.
Okay, you're guessing that that is what he's struggling with. You're doing the best you can, but you're getting pieces of information out of text messages, and really you don't know these people or what was going on, other than what you see in these texts.
he agrees with it. He didn't know any of them before this. Yeah.
Okay, I apologize. Well, I keep ending up in a situation where we're trailing off and repeating, and I would just ask that
Yeah,
that stop.
he doesn't know them.
When Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley were at their home and law enforcement came to their house, it's accurate that the cell phones from the parents were taken by law enforcement.
The first time they came to the home,
Not necessarily the first time. I'm asking, police took the cell phones that Jennifer and James Crumbley used. Police took those phones, correct?
yes, they did.
Okay. And when police took those phones, Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley obviously went and bought burner phones or track phones.
Correct.
And you've testified that you can see that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley, or at least Mrs. Crumbley, attempted to get into some accounts that required two-factor authentication.
That's correct.
Can you please explain very quickly what two-factor authentication means for the jury?
It's so someone can't get into your account with just simply your password. When you open up an email account or you open up a Facebook account, and it tells you, put your phone number in here. So when you try logging in from a phone or a device that Facebook doesn't recognize, it'll send a text message to the number that you said send a text message to. So then you enter that code into the app as you're trying to log into it. So it's two-factor authentication, your password and then a text message from the provider.
And so for things like sometimes bank accounts or portals to get into doctors, things along those lines, sometimes two-factor authentication is required where you would need your original phone, correct?
Correct.
Or at least your phone number to be able to gain access to your own accounts.
That's correct.
There are accounts that will block you out if you're using a device it's not used to seeing when you log in.
If the two-factor authentication is set up?
Yes.
Correct.
And so in this case, you could see that Mrs. Crumbley attempted to do some two-factor authentication and was unable to do so, correct?
I don't know if she was unable to do so. I know there's a text message that was received from Instagram with a two-factor. I don't know what happened with after that.
Okay, so after buying the track phones, the burner phones, it's fair to say that Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley went to their phone carrier and purchased new phones that have their regular phone numbers on them, correct?
Was that after the burner phones, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, they did.
Okay, so when we're talking about the Crumbleys having 6 cell phones between them, the 6 cell phones include their original phones that were given to police, correct?
That's correct.
It includes these 2 track phones that have different phone numbers where you can't do the two-factor authentication, correct?
That's correct.
And it includes the 2 phones that were purchased after that so that they could have their phone numbers back on devices and then access accounts.
That's correct.
And from the phones, when you seize them, there is evidence that Jennifer Crumbley attempted to deactivate and delete a number of social media applications, correct?
There was talk about it in text messages, you need to delete this account or whatever. I don't know if you have something in particular that you're, a certain account that you're asking?
There are text messages within the exhibits the prosecution has admitted, and I can put them up, that show Mrs. Crumbley and Mr. Crumbley were trying to deactivate Facebook accounts and Instagram, correct?
I know there were text messages people texting them telling them to do that, yes.
Okay, and part of the reason people in those text messages were telling them to do that is because after the shooting, there were threats and, there were a lot of threats against Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley.
Judge, respectfully, I don't believe this officer can testify as to the reason why people said that. He can testify that there was attempts to delete and things were deleted, but the reason for the motivation, he can't testify.
Well, you can't testify about the motivation, but did you see anything, did you see threatening messages to them?
I don't recall seeing any no ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall that when, in the text messages that Jennifer Crumbley sent out, she told Ms. Brian Maloche, she told Kira Pennick, she told multiple people that she was being threatened?
Are you telling me that or
I'm
asking me?
asking you.
I don't recall. If you have something to show me, I don't recall that off the top of my head.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so in, okay. I'm gonna put on the screen exhibit number 130, which was admitted in your prior testimony. Is it? Yeah, sorry. Okay. Now, within the text message thread between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick, this is a screenshot that was in that text thread, correct?
This is from Kira Pennick's, a screenshot of hers? Is that what this is?
This is in Exhibit 130 that's been admitted. These are screenshots with Kira Pennick. And I am asking you, this is a screenshot showing threats to Jennifer Crumbley that Jennifer Crumbley showed to Kira Pennick.
I don't know, I don't remember ever seeing, I don't know where it says Kira Pennick in the title of the image, but I don't know.
Okay.
Is there a copy of the exhibit that you could?
You don't-
Did you say this is in 130?
Your Honor, this is in 130, and I apologize. I am going to have to go in detail through each exhibit. I did not want to do that, but it's very clear I'm going to have to. So I'm going to the top of this. This is a 28-page exhibit, okay? This was in,
He's having the same challenge you are, is that there's so much paper that
right.
he can't say, if there was a hard copy of the exhibit, that could help him, right? Is there?
Can I, may I approach?
Yeah, can he get,
Yeah, that's,
okay.
okay. Okay, so this was admitted, these were admitted screenshots through your testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do, I see the,
Okay,
Does that document refresh your recollection?
well, this part at the where it says, met with his counselors, yeah, that part, I remember that.
okay. And in the thread, we see what you testified about in terms of Jennifer Crumbley sending over a copy of the math assignment,
Correct, I see that, yes.
okay? We see the testimony you gave about Ethan being upset, having lost his friend, and going away, and his dog,
Correct,
okay? Going further down, this is before the shooting started, okay? So I'm on page 4 of that exhibit, going into page 5. This is all before the shooting, correct?
correct,
Okay, and in this part, they're talking, Jennifer has told Kira Pennick, as you testified, about the math worksheet.
yes,
She's told Kira Pennick about, I had to go to the counselor's office to have a meeting with them.
correct,
Kira's talking about what horse Ethan could possibly be with that day that might make him feel better.
correct,
And as the text thread goes down further, Kira and Jennifer, it's fair to say, remained in contact through the time of the shooting and after the shooting,
correct,
okay? And on November 30th, Kira Pennick is asking, she says, I heard there was a shooting at Oxford High School, is Ethan okay, correct?
correct,
Okay? Saying, if you need anything, let me know.
correct,
And after the time of the shooting, at 4:42, Jennifer Crumbley is texting with Kira Pennick again,
correct,
talking about how she needs to sell her horses.
correct,
This is when she knows that the shooting has happened, and she's, well, she says, my head is spinning right now, correct?
that's what, yes, correct,
Okay? She's talking to Kira Pennick about selling the house back and forth.
correct,
Okay, and Kira is talking about how she'll take care of the horses for Jennifer,
correct,
okay? And Jennifer says, I don't have my cell phone right now. She tells her, I'm on this track phone.
Correct,
because the police have her real phone,
correct,
okay? And then Kira tells her about how there's stuff on Facebook, people are figuring out what's going on, correct?
correct,
And Jennifer indicates, I'm off Facebook, I'm still in shock,
correct,
okay? And Kira offers to send Jennifer, can you receive pictures, I'll screenshot it, correct?
yes,
And then Kira goes on to send Jennifer screenshots of something a mutual friend posted that was about the shooting, correct?
that's correct,
And their discussions are about, it says right in the exhibit, I cannot believe people on Facebook, I'm so sorry you're having to deal with this stuff, correct?
correct,
Okay. She asks a question about the medication, and Jennifer indicates we're at a hotel in Lapeer and that the news is live at her house, correct?
correct,
Kira's response, at least in the text messages, is please stay safe, correct?
correct,
And Jennifer sends her over what appears to be a screenshot from a social media app, maybe Facebook or, I'm not exactly sure, but you can see that Jennifer sent a screenshot where she has received nasty messages to her.
Judge, I'm just going to object to the form of the question. Mr. Rogowski can certainly read all of this, but calling it a threat or nasty, that's not for him to answer, that's for the jury to determine.
Well, yeah, they can characterize it,
They can read it.
but definitely they're not nice.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what these messages say? Larry Barton,
I'm sorry, you want me to read them? What it
Sure.
says on there? It says rotten jail next to him,
okay, Brandon Hegwood,
what a shame on you,
Kaylee Camacho,
fuck your ugly ass kid, I hope,
Adam Tank,
what a fucking coward, Ethan,
Jennifer Crumbley texts to Kira, I can't go home.
correct,
And Kira texts back that she's concerned for Jennifer's, when she says you guys, I'm concerned for you guys, and is expressing concern, correct?
that, yes, to stay away from the horses, correct, yes,
Okay. She also says she's worried about your horses or hurting you while you're here, correct?
correct,
Okay? It's fair to say that Jennifer and James are afraid of the public's reaction to what their son did.
Again, Judge, form of the question.
yeah, I don't understand that.
Well, let me back up. I'm sorry, I can rephrase, if that's okay. Okay, so we know the news has been around the Crumbley's home.
Correct.
Okay, so following the shooting, there was media all over their street, correct?
I wasn't there, I don't know, I wasn't there, I can't tell you if there was media there or not.
Okay, it would surprise you if there was?
It wouldn't surprise me, no.
Okay. There were some nasty messages coming into Mrs. Crumbley,
From the screen, are you referring to, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
okay? And Jennifer is saying she doesn't want to put anyone else at risk. And that specifically is on page 15 of the exhibit you're looking at.
Correct.
Kira is telling her about, or is commenting people are ridiculous, also talking about buying horses, other random comments in there. Is that a fair statement? There's some miscellaneous, I don't know.
She also said, be honest about things too.
Yep, Kira's saying to her, the best thing you can do is be honest about things.
Correct.
Okay? Jennifer's not saying, I don't plan to be honest, right?
She didn't respond with that, no.
Okay, Jennifer's not saying, I've got a big plan to lie, help me put this together.
I don't, it's not in here, no.
Okay? We have no evidence to suggest that Jennifer's telling Kira to lie about anything for her.
Correct.
Okay? So when Kira's saying be honest, she's saying be honest, but you have no reason to believe that Jennifer's attempting to be dishonest at this point, based on that message.
At this point, no,
Yeah.
but they
And
were taken
then-
into custody for a couple days after they were told to turn themselves in.
I'm sorry?
They were taken into custody a couple days after they were supposed to be taken into custody.
Okay, we're gonna get there, we'll get there. Jennifer Crumbley is representing that she's trying to work out lawyer fees, figuring out about being questioned, if she's gonna be brought in, amounts she can pay, things like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay? And Jennifer is telling her, I am bawling right now, my son ruined so many lives today.
That's correct.
And he did ruin so many lives that day.
Yes, you did.
And Kira is writing back to her, she wishes she could help more. She's also in shock, correct?
Objection again in the form of question, Judge.
Well, he doesn't know if she's in shock, she texts that.
Okay, I'm sorry, she texted, I am still in shock too.
That's what she texted, correct.
And Kira encourages Jennifer, take it one day at a time, and again, just be honest about everything. It should help you through this.
Correct.
And offers to take care of the boys, which we would guess is her horses.
The two horses at her farm, correct.
Jennifer is thanking her for not judging her, unlike the whole world, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, meaning that we can assume Jennifer feels the whole world is judging her.
Again, objection to the form of the question.
Yeah, well, he doesn't know, he knows what the text says, he doesn't know how she feels, but that's what she said.
Okay, that's what the text says.
That's what the text is, correct.
Kira says that she's not going to essentially judge Jennifer. It doesn't remotely make her think it's their fault, correct?
That's what Kira texted, yes, correct.
And then Kira says, it sounds like Ethan was a troubled kid.
Correct.
It's unfortunate this happened,
That's correct.
okay? And Jennifer is texting her back, I wish we had some warnings. Something. That's what Jennifer texted back to her, correct?
Yeah, the hallucinations, back to that, could have been warnings or seeing demons.
Okay? And again, you didn't know these people, you don't know the context, you don't know what they discussed. We've already covered that earlier in your testimony, right?
I do not know them before this prior.
Okay,
Correct.
so you've talked about the hallucinations many times, the jury gets it, there's a text about hallucinations. We all agree, those are there, okay? To you, those would have been alarming, you would have acted differently based on getting that text.
Absolutely, I would have.
Okay. Jennifer Crumbley is texting her friend Kira in this text thread. That's what we're going over right now.
Okay?
And her texts are saying, I wish we had warnings,
Correct?
Correct, that's what she put, yes.
okay? And Jennifer Crumbley wrote, he's a good kid, they made a terrible decision. And there may be typos, but it says, he's a good kid, they made a terrible decision, correct?
That's what she typed, yes.
Okay. Kira responds back, there probably were warnings, but nobody saw them. Hindsight is always 20/20. I don't care if you agree with it or not.
That's what's typed there.
That's what Kira says.
That's what's
Hindsight
typed
is
there.
always 20/20, correct?
That's what's typed there, yes.
Then Kira goes on and says, people at the barn are concerned. I'm sorry, I'll go slower, okay? A lot of people have found out Ethan's all over Facebook. That's the next thing she says, correct?
Correct,
And then she goes on to say, people at the barn are concerned.
correct,
She tells Jennifer, I think it would be best if you didn't go out to the barn, or if you do, you should be escorted by police, correct?
correct,
When someone's escorted by police, that's usually for safety reasons, correct?
possibly yes,
Jennifer says, seriously, those horses are the only thing good in my life right now, and this is after the shooting, correct?
correct,
And Kira responds, I understand that, but we all need to be careful.
correct,
So it's fair to say there was a concern about safety regarding Jennifer after the shooting, and also other people around her were concerned for their own safety.
correct,
And it's also fair to say, and if you don't know, please just let me know if you don't know, a lot of people in this state hated Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley when they heard about this shooting.
Judge, he can't possibly
I don't know.
answer that question.
Yeah, I don't know how we can testify to that.
Okay,
There was a widespread attention.
there was widespread attention.
yes, there was, of course,
And there were many news articles,
correct, yes,
and people on anything like this are naturally upset to see a school shooting,
absolutely,
and people naturally are angry to hear that children have died.
absolutely,
And this was the kind of event that sparked a lot of emotion in a lot of ways.
that's fair to say,
That's fair to say for you personally.
absolutely,
You would imagine that for other people, they were personally affected by this, very emotional.
yes,
And it's fair to say that this kind of a tragedy it was just horrific. We can agree it was horrific.
the shooting, yes, it was, absolutely,
Jennifer tells Kira to call her on Facebook. She's on a track phone, needs to figure some things out, correct?
correct,
If they did have a phone call, you're not aware of it. Well, and I'll slow down. The next message says, sorry I missed your call from Kira, correct?
correct,
But we don't know what happened in between the text about calling at 11:23 and the text the following day at 2:34. We don't know if there ended up being conversations or not. Is that a fair statement?
correct,
You can't tell from this
not from
thread.
this, correct,
So they're going back and forth, talking more and more about letting her know later today, things like that. They're talking horses in between all of this. Is that a fair statement?
correct,
And on the bottom of page 22, Kira indicates, I don't want people to follow you or hurt you.
correct,
And Jennifer says, we are out of the area for a few days in a safe place until we have a better grasp on everything, correct?
that's correct,
She doesn't say, we are trying to get out of state, we're trying to get out of the country. She doesn't say anything like that, correct?
not in this chat thread,
Okay? In this, she says, we're trying to be in a safe place,
correct,
which would indicate safety is, of course, a concern to the Crumbley parents.
by saying they're in a safe place, yes, I would say that,
Kira says, I'm glad you're safe. I care about you guys, correct?
correct,
She assures her she'll take care of the horses. they'll talk about buying them, figuring out somebody to buy them, correct?
That's correct.
A few more text messages back and forth about meeting before then. And then on page 24 of that exhibit, Jennifer says, "What's your number? I want to call and set up a safe place to meet," correct?
That's correct.
Okay, she mentions that her messenger is probably being monitored,
She does say that, yes.
okay? And she's talking about she needs to get stuff, discuss the horses, correct?
That's correct.
And, let's see, they're going through more about whether cash or checks are best.
What page is that?
That's
I see
on
that, yes, I'm sorry.
25.
Yes,
Okay, and you're aware that after the night of the, the night of the shooting, the Crumbleys went and stayed in a local hotel,
yeah, correct, they went to a hotel, yes.
okay? And the next day, they went to a different hotel,
Correct,
okay, which was also, I mean, maybe an hour from here, a local hotel, not out of state, not out of the country, right?
within an hour, yes.
Okay, and so in the days following the shooting, the Crumbleys did not return to their home in Oxford.
They did not know.
And as far as you know, since the day of the shooting, the Crumbleys have never returned to their home in Oxford.
No, they've never been back.
Okay, and then the rest of this is talking about possible charges being announced, and things. Jennifer is saying, she's anticipating there may be charges announced, criminal charges.
Yes, at the night before, I believe, on the page 26, yes.
After the shooting.
Yes,
And when she's talking about charges, she's trying to figure out if they're charges, well, I'm sorry, scratch that. She's talking about charges against herself, correct?
I'm not entirely certain if she's, it doesn't say whether she's referring to herself or somebody else.
Okay, so she's waiting to basically just figure out what's going on.
Judge,
is what-
again, counsel can't narrate what she thinks her client was thinking. She can have him read the text message. I admitted it into evidence. They can have it all.
Yep, okay, so there's a text.
Okay,
Maybe there-
So the text says, Jennifer Crumbley wrote, "I'm not sure what's happening."
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay. From the text message thread that the prosecution introduced between Jennifer Crumbley and Brian Maloche, we also can conclude, and if you can't, let me know, that Jennifer Crumbley was trying to deactivate and delete social media accounts.
I believe she was, yes, I believe they discussed that, yes.
And Jennifer Crumbley is asking Brian Maloche things about, can you still see James's Facebook? Can you see my Facebook? Questions like that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. James and Jennifer Crumbley Jennifer Crumbley in her text messages is very clearly making it obvious, she is telling Brian that she is shutting things down. Like that.
I don't remember the language that she used. I know they talked about it. I don't remember if she used the phrase shutting things down.
If a person has a Facebook account that they deactivate, okay, I'm gonna go even slower. When someone has a Facebook account, other people in the world have the ability to see that account, correct?
If it's public or your friends or whatever other security or settings, but yes,
However you have it set up,
yes,
you allow who can see the account and who can't, correct?
that's correct.
If you do have an account and you don't want the world to see it, if you deactivate the account doesn't appear when people look for you on Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
So if the Facebook account is deactivated, people cannot send you messages through Facebook, correct?
That's correct.
And they can't send you messages through Facebook Messenger.
That, I'm not entirely certain if you'd have to deactivate Messenger as well. I don't know, because they are two separate platforms. It's under one company, Meta, Facebook, but I don't know if you have to deactivate both of them.
So with Messenger, if Jennifer Crumbley deactivated Messenger, we can agree that people wouldn't be able to send her messages.
Correct.
And in general, if a person is trying to avoid having people find them on social media, deactivating the account makes it so people don't find them, correct?
Correct.
So for example, Instagram. Jennifer Crumbley had an Instagram account and you testified about that to the jury, correct?
There's a two-factor authentication text message that was found, yes, with Instagram. Is that what you're referring to?
I'm not referring to the two-factor authentication, but you testified that Jennifer Crumbley had an Instagram account. Well, we can agree, she had an Instagram account.
Yeah, she did. There were posts that were admitted the other day, I believe, right?
Right,
Yes.
and in that, on Instagram, the whole point of Instagram is to post photos or videos, correct?
Correct.
And we can see the Instagram account that Jennifer Crumbley had with videos and pictures she had posted over time.
Correct.
And when a person turns off or deactivates their Instagram account, other people in the world don't have the ability to see those photos any longer, correct?
That's correct.
Other people in the world don't have the ability to send messages through Instagram to the person that's deactivated their account.
Correct.
So, as a computer expert, if a person is trying to avoid having people see them or find them or see posts of theirs, even old posts, deactivating the account will accomplish that task.
Correct.
On that Instagram account, you are able to tell from the data that you received other accounts that Jennifer Crumbley followed.
Correct.
So, meaning that from her account, Jennifer Crumbley had certain people she was linked up with where she could see what they posted on their accounts, correct?
Correct.
And on the flip side, people she was friends with on Instagram or connected to could see what she posted.
That's correct.
And we know that Jennifer's son had an Instagram account, e.crumbley, correct?
Correct.
And we can tell that Jennifer's account was connected with her son's in a way that she could see what he posted on that account.
Correct.
And we can presume he could see what his mother posted.
Correct.
When you are looking through the Instagram records, you are not able to tell which posts Jennifer did in fact see or not see. The shooter posted something and Jennifer Crumbley had not checked Instagram. It's possible she would not have seen it even though he posted it.
It's possible.
If he posted it and she looked at Instagram and looked at his account, or looked at his profile, is that what it's called? She would certainly see anything he posted.
Looked at his account, you're saying, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Correct.
But in terms of all of the data you have, you don't have any way to determine which Instagram pictures she did or did not see.
Correct.
Now, if she made a comment on a picture, you would know she obviously saw it because you couldn't comment unless you had seen the picture to put the comment on there, correct?
That's correct.
And on the Instagram photos, there are not comments from Jennifer Crumbley to her son about the posts, correct?
On all the photos or a particular one?
I suppose the ones that we've admitted as exhibits in this case, the photograph of the gun, for example.
Correct.
And there's no doubt the shooter liked guns,
Correct.
and there's no doubt Jennifer posted photos of the gun
Correct.
and videos,
Correct.
and in that, and even with what she posted, we can't tell if the shooter could see her posts.
Possibly. Correct.
He may have seen them, he may not have seen them.
That's correct.
In terms of people communicating, we know that people can communicate obviously by telephone, voice phone calls. I don't take many these days because I hate them, but in the old days, we phone, voice phone calls. I don't take many these days because I hate them, but in the old days, we could talk on the phone from one person to another, correct?
Correct.
And there's the ability, obviously, to text. People can send messages from one person to another.
Correct.
And in terms of people's habits, some people may delete texts when they get them, correct?
Correct.
Some people may keep every text they've ever had.
That's correct.
Some phones will delete texts after a certain period of time.
Not unless the user tells it to, no.
If someone gets a new phone, there are occasions where the old text from the old phone may not come up on the new phone.
I mean, I can't say for certain, I don't know, I haven't tested something like that yet, I don't know.
We can agree that everyone's personal habits in terms of how many texts they keep on their phone or don't are individual to each person.
Correct.
So when you're testifying and telling the jury about posts that you can tell or texts that you can tell are deleted or not deleted, you have never sat down and talked to Jennifer Crumbley about her habits with deleting posts or pictures or texts, correct?
That's correct.
The best you can do is look at what's deleted, what's not deleted, and tell this jury your findings.
Correct.
I want to go to March 9th of 2021. You testified pretty extensively about that date. Do you recall the materials from that date? And if not, I can certainly.
Absolutely, yeah, if you have copies of it, I would prefer that, yes, please.
Okay. So on that date, I will approach with copies in just a moment. I just need to pull it up on my computer. I'm going to go to exhibit number 78. Okay. So, Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure, I think you guys are on the screen.
Here, here.
You said you wanted hard copies.
Either way, it doesn't matter to me.
Okay, okay.
Are you okay with the
That's
screen?
fine.
Or do you want?
I'll have that, please.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So March 9th is one of the dates that you talked about.
Correct.
And the text messages that were introduced make it clear that James and Jennifer Crumbley made plans that day to go out to the barn, correct?
Correct.
And you have photos confirming that they were in fact at the barn, photos of horses they took,
Correct.
okay? The jury has seen that the data shows the times these photographs were taken, so we know they were taken on March 9th,
Correct.
okay? You've brought in GPS locations to prove they were there on that date,
Correct.
okay? And it's on that date that Ethan Crumbley, the shooter, is sending his parents some texts that were admitted through Exhibit 82. Do you recall those texts?
I do, yes.
Okay. Now, in these texts, starting at, I'm going to put it up on the screen. This has been admitted as Exhibit 82. At 3:17, we can see that the shooter asks his mom, "Where are you?"
Correct.
And I'm sorry, I have that one in my hand. Do you want me to trade with you?
I should be fine with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think council misspoke.
I'm sorry, Jennifer, I'm so sorry. Jennifer Crumbley asked the shooter, "Are you home now?" At 3:17.
Where are you? Yes. Is that what
I'm
you're?
sorry, where are you?
Yes.
Okay. And the shooter responded, it looks like 4 hours later, saying, "Can you get home now?" And then proceeded to send some other texts about, "There is someone else in the house, I think," and it goes on from there, correct?
Correct.
Now, in between the time of 3:17 and 7:50, okay, we can agree there's a couple hours of a gap.
That's correct.
You don't know if Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter had phone conversations or discussions over those couple of hours,
If we looked at the call logs on their phones, we could possibly find that out.
okay? If we looked at the call logs and the phone calls were to and from cell phones, we would be able to tell that, correct?
If they, yes. Correct.
Okay, but if, let's say Jennifer Crumbley called from her office phone, it would not show up the same as if she called from her own cell phone.
Well, the number would be different, correct.
Okay, and when you and law enforcement went through looking for phone calls, there are not, you provided over several call records, but not call records for example, Jennifer Crumbley's office with Ethan Crumbley.
There are none entered as exhibits. I can't say for certain right now with all the information I looked at, if there were any, off the top of my head.
You don't know if there were any.
Right now, I don't know.
Okay. And you also don't know that day, on the 8th, you know that they're planning to be at the barn. James and Jennifer make plans to go to the barn that
Correct.
day after work,
Correct.
okay? Between the time they make these plans and the time the shooter texts, "Can you get home now?" You don't know if Jennifer Crumbley or James Crumbley has physically been with the shooter.
Right, no, I do not. From that chat thread right there, I do not know that.
You don't know the discussions on that day that may have taken place in between the shooter and his parents.
Right, from this, I can't tell you that. Is that what you're, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Right.
Correct.
Right, the best you can do is piece together bits of information, but we can agree there's gaps of time where you don't know definitively what happened.
Correct. Right now, yes.
We can agree there are any number of things that could have happened between 3:17 and 7:50 there would not be evidence to show you what exactly happened, correct?
If there is none there, you mean? Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Correct.
And the only people who would know, if they can even remember the day years ago, would be the people who were present. So Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
They would be the only people who truly know what they spoke about or didn't speak about on that day.
Correct.
So when you see these texts, and I understand you find them alarming, I imagine that the texts, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that you find alarming are the texts about there is someone in the house, I think, someone walked into the bathroom and flushed the toilet and left the light on. I thought it was you, but when I came in, no one was home. There is no one in the house, though. Those are some of the texts that you found to be problematic, correct?
In the fact that there's no response in between any of those, yes.
Okay. We can agree there's no response, but you don't know if, okay, we can agree there's no response by text between Mrs. Crumbley and the shooter, correct?
Correct.
But you also have no way to tell when you see text messages like this, at what time Mrs. Crumbley read those texts.
Correct. You'd be able to tell that it was read, but yes, not what time.
Okay, so for example, when the shooter texts, "Can you get home now?" And then there's someone in the house, I think, a few seconds later, and then about 30 seconds after that, another text. You have no idea if Jennifer Crumbley checked her phone to see the first text message, checked and saw the second. You don't know which ones she saw or when, correct?
I don't know the time they were read, no.
All you know is that you don't see any response to them.
They're correct, there's no response.
So there's a number of possible things that could have happened in between these texts.
From 7:50 to the end of the last text,
Yeah,
she could have texted back, you mean, or called?
she could have, well, she didn't text back, we agree with that,
Correct,
right?
yes.
Okay, when I say there's a number of things that could have happened, I mean, she could have read the text and thought this is garbage or he's joking and just set the phone down, correct?
She could have.
Okay, she could have not seen the texts because she was busy doing something.
Correct.
She could have been, we know she's at the horse ranch. Are you aware of how strong Jennifer Crumbley's cell signal is out at the farm, at the barn, where the horses are kept?
I have no idea about that, no, I do not.
Okay, if her cell signal doesn't work out where the barn is, it's possible these texts are not getting to her until she gets to a place where data uploads into the phone, correct?
That's correct.
So while we see these texts being sent, we cannot conclude that Jennifer Crumbley is reading these as they are coming to her. Fair to say?
I mean, that's the time that they were sent, the 7:50 and 14 seconds, and then 17 seconds and 39 seconds. That's when they were actually sent, and they were received on the other end. That's marked at that time.
It's-
Otherwise, it would have come in at a later time.
Okay, but my point is you don't know when she saw them, when Mrs. Crumbley actually read them.
No, but they would have been on the phone at that time.
If the phone had a signal and was able to get text, they'd be on the phone at that time, correct?
It would have been at a later time, at the time that they came in.
Okay, but if the signal wasn't working, she might not have been able to see those texts until she got to a point where the signal came in.
Correct.
Okay, there's times where you're in an area, people can be in an area with their cell phone, and the signal is bad, and texts are coming into them, but their phone shows nothing. That's a possibility, correct?
That's correct.
And then, when the person gets to a spot with better cell phone signal, all of a sudden, all the texts they missed over whatever period of time the phone wasn't working will flood into the phone, correct?
That's correct.
And just because they come into the phone at that time, they were still sent possibly hours before.
No, without testing, I can't say for certain.
You don't know.
I can't say for certain without testing, correct.
Okay, so the text messages that were sent about someone being in the house, someone walking into the bathroom, you don't know any of the responses that, or even the thoughts Jennifer Crumbley had when she did in fact read those messages.
I don't know if she would have called back if that was alarming to her, is that what you're saying, or?
I guess what I'm saying is, so these messages are coming in, and even when she does see them, let's say if she sees them as they're coming in, you don't know what she's thinking about these.
I don't know what she's thinking, no.
Okay, and you also don't know, and obviously we've already talked about it, this has already been asked, but you obviously don't know when she's seen each message. There's no documentation like she saw this one at 8 o'clock, this one at 8:05, anything like that.
Those are the times that they came into the phone, yes.
Okay. The next message we see is a text message on the following day sent to Ethan by Jennifer Crumbley that says, "Where is your dad?" Correct?
Can you just scroll down a little bit?
Yeah,
I just want to make sure I see
yeah,
it.
no, sorry.
You know, I feel like maybe I should give the jury a break. You're not close, right?
I'm not even close.
I think the witness could probably use it first.
Okay. All right, so, I'm gonna let you step down. We can't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Okay.
Okay, so can we come back at about 5 after 3, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right?
All right, the jury?
You may be seated. You know, some of the questions are becoming repetitive, so, that's gonna make you lose them.
Okay,
All right? All right, so 5 after 3, okay?
thank you.
Thanks, Rick.
Recording stopped.
ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
You can retake the stand.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you need to see that. You were sworn, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Thank you. This is not, okay. Okay, may I continue? Okay, thank you. All right, so we've been sitting here going over March 9th, 2021. There was also some messages from March 8th, so the day before that you testified about. Do you recall those messages?
I do.
Okay, do you recall, do you need to see those messages, or are you able to answer questions without?
I'd like
seeing
to see him, not, yes, please.
Okay, so these are going to be, let's see here. This is Exhibit 84. Okay, Exhibit 84, can you see it up on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, these are texts that are between James and Jennifer Crumbley, correct?
Correct.
Now, these texts are confirming that Jennifer is saying she's swamped at work and is gonna have to not go to the barn that night, correct?
I'm sorry, do you have a copy I can, don't scroll.
I don't know what I did with my copy, let me just, I'm
You
sorry.
don't have it.
Here it is, it's right
You're
here.
just scrolling too fast.
Here you go, sorry.
No, it's fine.
This is 84.
Thank you.
Do you want me to take these, or do you want to keep those?
Unless you're gonna refer to them, I don't need them.
I'm not sure if I will, so we'll find out. Okay, so on Exhibit 84, these are the texts from the day before. March 9th are the texts where Ethan is sending those things, saying there's somebody slamming the door, things like that, right?
Correct.
Okay, these are from the day before on March 8th, yes?
Correct.
And you testified about these texts from March 8th on direct, and those were admitted through the prosecution.
Correct.
Okay, on March 8th, the parents are talking about Ethan at the beginning of the text messages. Is that a fair statement?
At 3:09, Jennifer asks, is Ethan going bowling?
Okay, so on page 386, she starts
Yes.
off with, is Ethan going bowling? He says IDK, which is I don't know, we can agree
Correct.
on that. Okay, what do you mean, I don't know? Okay, goes down further, and Jennifer Crumbley on the 8th is asking, at 3:12 in the afternoon, why isn't he home yet, correct?
That's correct.
At 3:12 and 51 seconds, she says he should be home by now, correct?
That's correct.
When she's saying he, we know that she's talking about Ethan, correct?
Correct.
And then it goes on, at 3:12 and 56 seconds, she says freaking out, correct?
Correct.
And James responds to her at 3:13, so not even a minute later. He doesn't get home until 3:16, correct?
Correct. That's what he says, yes.
So These parents are communicating about when their son gets home down to the minute of when he can be expected, yes?
Correct.
Jennifer's text back to him is, I told you to pick him up because he's upset, and I don't want him to do anything stupid, God damn it, correct?
Correct.
That's Jennifer saying that to James.
Correct.
On this date in March of 2021, Jennifer is working at Princeton at her job that's out in West Bloomfield, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, James at that time is a DoorDash driver working out in the Oxford area.
Correct.
And at that time, James was in between jobs, and if you don't know, please tell me, in between jobs and door dashing on the side as he was waiting for another job to come along, correct?
I do recall a text message about trying to be an interviewer or something like that between them, yes.
Okay, and in all fairness, if I ask you something you don't know, just let me know.
Absolutely.
Okay, I'm just trying to speed it up a little. Okay, so Jennifer's yelling at James, I don't want him to do anything stupid, goddammit. When she says that, it's fair to say you don't know what she means by I don't want him to do anything stupid, correct?
I have no idea, correct.
Okay, and James's response is, dude, chill, he is fine, and I'm trying to fucking work, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer's texting back again, not even a minute later, does he have his phone? Yes?
Yes.
And James texts back right away, he won't answer while he's walking, I'll let you know the minute he walks in, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer, within a minute of that, is sending another text. I'm serious, freaking out. Is he home yet? Those are the next two texts in succession, correct?
Correct.
It would appear from these text messages that Jennifer is voicing concern over Ethan.
In this one thread, yes.
Okay,
Correct.
and again, we're guessing if she's concerned about him, correct?
The language makes her like she's excited. I would say yes.
Okay, so the next day, when she's not responding to Ethan's text, again, we've gone over this ad nauseum. We don't know why she's not responding or what's going on in her head or if she's getting the messages, correct?
I don't know, yes.
You would agree with me in the text messages between Jennifer and James, and I'm sorry, they communicate way more by Facebook Messenger, correct?
Yes, they did.
Okay, and if I were to say that this is the printed out stack of Facebook messages between James and Jennifer, would that surprise you?
I don't, there were a lot of them, I can tell you that, I don't know what it would look like printed out yet. If you say that, I believe you.
Okay, approximately how many messages do you recall reviewing between them? Thousands?
Yes, thousands.
Okay, and in the messages, you read every one of these messages, correct?
Correct.
And when you were putting together information for the prosecution and for this investigation, you went through and found the evidence that's obviously brought into this trial.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
The evidence that's been admitted, these texts are texts you found when you read the whole thing,
Correct.
okay? And obviously, if there were texts between Jennifer and James that said something like, I think Ethan's psychotic, you would have brought that in to this court, correct?
Just like the text we had where she said she was worried he was depressed, yes.
Okay, so, and I'm gonna get to the text about him being depressed later, but if you saw something in these text messages, like, I think our son is a serious threat, you would have brought that in here to show this jury.
I don't understand the question. I mean, this chat was brought in because for an unknown reason, she's very excited or doesn't want to do anything stupid. I don't know what he would do that's stupid.
Right, okay, so you don't know what he would do that's stupid. Aside from that, though, my point is, we're not going to have this jury read all of the text and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley, right?
Correct.
And in prepping for a trial, you bring in the ones that show the point you're trying to make, correct?
Correct.
So to do that, you read through all of them.
Correct.
And you pick out the ones that you think are important.
Correct.
And the ones that you've shown the jury are the most important ones you found.
Correct.
And we can agree that the balance of the messages, there's a lot more information that this jury is not going to see because it's not important to proving this case.
I'm sorry. What was give me the question again.
I'll ask a different question. It's fair to say throughout these texts, there are numerous conversations between James Crumbley and Jennifer Crumbley about their son.
Numerous?
Yes.
I wouldn't say numerous.
Okay, there's many conversations about, is he home yet from school?
There's some, yes.
Okay, there are conversations about him having to go to take headache medication.
I don't recall, it might be that I don't recall headache medication. I remember him having a headache.
Okay, there are texts in here about what they're going to eat for dinner with their son.
Okay,
Do you agree?
correct, yes.
Okay, there's texts about all kinds of things that a mom and a dad would talk about that are not important in terms of proving this case, correct?
Correct,
Okay, and the most important information you found are the papers that have been admitted through the prosecutor.
correct.
Okay, and in the rest of the text messages, my point is, if you saw something that was more serious, like, I think Ethan's gonna shoot people, you would have brought that into court.
Just like the one, yes,
Okay.
we would have.
So, when we're looking at the
Yeah, I
evidence.
just need to object to the form of the question. She's characterizing that he brings it into court. He doesn't bring it into court.
He's the investigator, the prosecutor decides what they're asking to be admitted, so.
Right, she's
He's
insinuating that he's taking certain things out and not telling anybody else. Everything's been turned over. I mean, it's the
I'm
same
not
argument.
insinuating that.
I'm starting to think it might be shorter to ask the jury to read that whole staff, right? Would that be shorter? Yeah.
Okay. My point and my question is, James and Jennifer discuss Ethan in other text messages.
Yes, they do.
And if there were text messages that showed evidence that either one of them believed Ethan was sick, mentally ill, anything along those lines, you would be pointing them out for this jury.
More than what we have, correct, yes.
Okay, what you have is the best evidence you could find after going through all of them.
That, like was said, that I turn over to the prosecution, yes.
Okay, and that's true too of the messages between Ethan and his friend, correct?
Not-
In terms of the evidence you brought in, is the most important evidence you thought that was relevant to this case, correct?
Not entirely,
Same
no.
objection. It's the witness doesn't bring in evidence when he thinks is relevant. He's already testified. His job is to take the data, he extracts it from devices, and he passes along all the information.
The prosecutor decides.
Thank you.
Okay.
And it's a technicality, they work together, but the prosecutor's the one who decides what might be relevant and what might be admissible.
Okay. When you went through the cell phone reports, you read all of the messages between the shooter and his friend, the friend that the prosecution has not named, but the one friend that's been an issue in this trial, correct?
Correct,
You read through, there were over 25,000 messages exchanged between the shooter and his friend that came off of the phones.
correct.
If I told you that this was the amount of text messages all printed out, would you disagree with that?
I would not.
Okay. And when you went through and pulled out, we can agree that there's lots of different topics discussed among these text messages.
Correct,
And the text messages that were brought in and entered as evidence were from this large stack of texts as a whole.
What was presented, I'm sorry,
They're in these,
Yes.
they're from here.
yes, there was more information that was turned over, but
Right, okay, so my point is though, the pieces, the materials that have been admitted and that you've been testifying about are a part of all of the messages between the shooter and his friend.
correct.
Judge, if counsel wants to continue with this, that's admissible. And she has asked it for it not to
I think we
be.
need to be really careful, okay? See, this is the conversation we had when we were picking the jury, that we are not trying to case of the shooter. So we've all endeavored to give you the things that are important to this case, that are not specific to the shooter's case. So, I don't want the jury to think that they are not allowed to see something, all right? So I don't want the jury to think that either side is hiding something, because they're not. There have been evidentiary rulings made over the last year and a half in this case, and those are rulings that I've made after extensive research and briefing and all those different things with the prosecutor and defense counsel. So I don't want you to think anything's being hidden. That's not a fair, characterization. So,
Judge, I'd ask the court to instruct counsel that you can't request certain things and then make this line of questioning without opening the door.
well, I do not want to try the shooter's case, okay? So let's not do that, right? Yeah, yes,
Thank you.
okay.
Okay, so we've talked about March 8th, and we've talked about texts from March 9th, yes?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then you also testified about text messages that were sent on March 17th. Do you recall that?
I recall the date, yes.
And the overall point of those messages, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that on that date, the parents were at the barn together with their horses.
Those are the pictures, yeah. I don't remember, if you have a copy of the text messages that were in that day.
I can show you them if you
Can
need.
I make a request?
Yes.
Could you disassemble the Leaning Tower of Pisa?
Oh,
Because
sure.
honestly, it looked like it was, I would hate you to have to reconstruct that. It just
Okay.
looked like it was gonna tip, and then you'd have to try to re-put it together, and that would take, I'm hoping you're gonna be drinking a glass of wine in your sweatpants this weekend instead of
I'm gonna drink a bottle.
reassembling that file, so.
5 bottles at
I
this
just,
point.
it looked like it was gonna tip. so-
Okay, no, thank you.
All right.
All right. We talked about 3/8, we talked about 3/9, I'm going to 3/17. You asked me what text messages I'm talking about, and these are the exhibits that are around exhibits 83 through 86. Would you like me to bring you the text messages so that you can see those?
If you could, please, yes.
Go back to March 17th, starts with exhibit 85.
Okay, now, on 85, we amended it, so there are texts that
I remember,
were.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I'm also gonna hand you right now, what's on 86, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now, the overall point of these text messages was to show that both of the parents were at the barn on March 17th, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and on that day, while they were at the barn on March 17th, the shooter was trying to get a hold of them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And on that date, we have cell phone evidence that was admitted in Exhibit 83 that shows, and tell me if I need to slow down, I can break this down more. An hour after the shooter was texting Jennifer Crumbley She called him and had a phone conversation within an hour, correct?
Correct.
And that phone conversation lasted less than a minute,
Correct. I remember that.
and you have no idea what was said during that phone conversation.
No, I do not.
You have no idea what happened after Jennifer left the barn that day, or James left the barn.
No, I do not.
You have no knowledge that the family, whether they were together that night or not, correct?
Correct.
You've done the best you can do to put together the information with materials you have.
Correct.
Okay, so we've talked about March 17th. Now I want to talk about March 20th. I'm sorry, the 19th and the 20th. On March 19th, there were text messages that were introduced, and tell me if you need them, they're exhibits 95 through 100, where there's a discussion about Ethan waking up and seeming hungover. Do you recall those?
I do, yes.
Would you like me to give you those?
I just like having a copy in my
Yeah,
hand or
that's-
on the screen either way. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so here's exhibit, this is 95. And I'm gonna put 95 up on the screen, so now we're talking about March. Can you, Sean, can you please? Okay, all right, so we're looking at exhibit 95, okay, which has been admitted. And this is from March 18th, correct?
1995?
Okay, exhibit 95 is from March 18th.
It's-
You know, it goes over multiple days. Okay, may I please approach with 96 also?
Sure.
Okay, there's two that are in order, and they both contain multiple days, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm sorry, this is a little bit confusing because we've got two different dates on two different exhibits. Okay, so I'm gonna go to 96 first. These texts actually come before 95. On this date, these are the texts where Ethan says, I just finished picking up the room. I cleaned until shelves or clothes started flying off the shelf. This stuff only happens when I'm home alone, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I am totally off. I am so sorry. March 17th. I need to be on exhibit 85.
85. 85 is, it says is the thread from March 17th, 2020.
Yes, and 85 is one that I cannot display because it's been redacted. So I'm asking if the prosecution can please put 85 up on the screen.
Can you put rejected 85 on the screen?
I kind of just need a minute, Doug.
Okay, so on 85, this is on March 17th. This is the text where it started off, gonna get drunk and ride my horse. Jennifer Crumbley sent that at 1:30 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Mr. Keys, can you please scroll down? Okay, Jennifer Crumbley's indicating that afternoon, I hate my job. Can you bring out last, please? And I don't know what that means, you don't know what that means. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what she's referring to.
I don't either. Okay, can you go down, please? Okay, Jennifer Crumbley indicates at 4:02 that she's left work, yes?
Correct.
I'm sorry, I might be going too fast.
Nope, you're good.
Okay, and then if we can go down more, please. That jumped exhibits.
That's the end.
Oh, I'm sorry, so 85, can you go to the end of 85? Because it jumped to 86. Okay, so on 4:02, at 4:02, Jennifer Crumbley said she left work.
Correct.
Okay, and the important thing about the 17th is showing that on that date, she was at the bar.
Correct.
And the next day is on the 18th, when we have the text messages about, I'm sorry, March 19th, exhibit 95. Do you have 95 in your hand?
I do not.
It would be easier probably just to admit the whole thing and go page numbers, but obviously, we're not gonna do that. I'm just having a difficult time with these pages. Do you have exhibit 95?
I do not. I have 96.
Okay. I am so sorry that this is a mess. Okay. On March 19th, I've got it up on the screen. This is when Jennifer Crumbley and James Crumbley are talking about Ethan acting like, or seeming like he was way hungover that day, correct?
Correct.
And it appears from the text that Jennifer is asking if he's okay. She says, "How is he?"
Correct.
Okay. Why is this doing this now? I am gonna kill myself. Okay. Okay. So he woke up acting like he had way too much to drink last night, complaining about a headache. That's what James said back to Jennifer, correct?
Correct.
And, okay, Your Honor, I need like a minute, and I'm so sorry. Now I've got exhibits that are doubled on the page, and I'm having a really tough time with the exhibits. I apologize to the jury. Can I please have a minute?
Okay, well, I'm probably not gonna excuse them because, are
Can you
able
help
to
me
do,
get this
are you able to
back?
do it while they're here? 'Cause-
Yeah, I'm trying to just
Because
get it
next time I
done.
excuse on this, I'm at home. I was hoping to finish this witness. I have this yes completion thing. So, I like to.
You know what, we can just leave it 2 pages on the screen. So right now it's got on 440, page 441 is on the left, 442 is on the right. Okay, so starting with 441, this is where the text says, well, he was really worked up and out of control, so I can see why. This is after they're talking about him waking up, correct?
Correct.
And Jennifer Crumbley texts, all I know is he needs to eat, go to work hard, not complain, and he can get his stuff back, correct?
Correct.
And James ends up saying that Ethan asked, why was I in your room last night?
Correct.
And Jennifer ultimately says she gave him a melatonin pill, or a melatonin tablet.
Correct.
And James says to her, I thought you gave him a Xanax last night.
Correct.
And it's evident from this that Ethan, or the shooter, their son, slept in their bed that night.
Correct.
And it appears that on March 19th, as the parents are talking, there was some kind of argument or something happened with their son the night before.
Correct.
And we don't know anything about what happened the night before. on March 18th that preceded this whole conversation.
Correct.
It appears from the conversation on the 19th that something was taken away from him because it implies he can get his stuff back.
Judge, objection to the form of the question, he can't testify what it implies or what it appears, only what's on the phone.
I'm sorry, I'll restate that. The text explicitly says if he does these things, he can get his stuff back.
Correct.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to skip ahead to the 20th of March in 2021. On the 20th, we admitted exhibits 97 through 100.
The 96 are text messages dated March 20th. And the 97 starts with C-3.
Okay, so 96 are the text messages that are up on the screen. Do you see those?
Yes, I do. I have
Okay,
them.
and it's on the 20th that the shooter is saying things like, I cleaned up and clothes started flying off the shelf. He's making other claims that something is happening that's not normal, correct?
I would say yes.
Okay, he's making claims that things happen when he's home alone and trying to make his mother think things are flying off the shelf.
That's what he said, yes.
Okay, and you don't see any response from Jennifer Crumbley that day,
Correct.
and you showed the jury, we introduced and admitted all of the exhibits to show on that day she was at the barn again, correct?
Correct.
Now, you don't know what they talked about before or after she got home from the barn.
Correct.
All we know are that we have these couple of text messages making it sound like something is flying around in the house from
Again,
her
Judge,
son.
I don't know how often I can say this. Objection to the form of the question, he can testify to what he found on the device.
Yeah, he doesn't know beyond that, right?
Okay, I
He
apologize.
wasn't there.
Okay, and so on the 20th, Mrs. Crumbley is obviously at the barn. So we've talked now about March 8th, March 9th, the 17th, 19th, and 20th, correct?
Correct.
So we can agree that from the 8th through the 20th, we're talking about a period in time that's about 12 days long.
Correct.
And we've seen bits of the 8th, the 9th, 17th, 19th, and 20th.
Correct.
Okay. In April 4th are the dates of the texts between the shooter and his friend, correct?
There was a lot of text messages, I would assume, I believe they texted on that day.
Okay. And I believe it is Exhibit 101. Okay. I have 101 on the screen. Do you recall these?
Correct, yes, I do.
Okay. Now, these texts on April 4th are between, we agree that they are between the shooter and his friend.
That's correct.
This is not a group chat where Mrs. Crumbley is on it.
That's correct.
There is no evidence that these texts were ever forwarded to Jennifer Crumbley.
Correct.
There is no evidence to show that Jennifer Crumbley ever saw these text messages.
Correct.
For example, there isn't a text like, oh my gosh, you should see what our son sent to his friend today. There's nothing along those lines, correct?
Well, not in this group, are you talking about this chat still?
I'm just saying in general, if you found evidence that Jennifer Crumbley saw these texts, that would be important.
If she saw it, I would say yes.
Okay, and we don't have anything to show she saw them.
Not that was on the phone, no.
So, on this text thread between the shooter and his friend, he talks about how he hears people talking and he sees someone in the distance, correct?
That's correct.
There's no response from his friend.
Correct.
We don't know if his friend saw those texts and didn't respond, or if his friend didn't see those texts and the shooter just kept texting, right?
They came in rapid order, so yeah, they were one after another, correct?
Okay, so this is around, so 11:56, and then we go down 11:57, says, it's at the point that I'm asking to go to the doctor. Okay, that's one of the texts that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
There are not any texts where the shooter is saying anything to his mom and dad about, I want to go to the doctor.
Correct.
While the shooter is saying this to his friend, we don't have any evidence that it's true, whether the shooter really wanted to go to a doctor or not, correct?
I mean, you said it a couple times, and they talked about everything.
In all the times that he talked about it, this jury is seeing, you've brought that in. Well, you haven't brought that in, I'm sorry, I keep misstating that. The evidence in this case is showing the jury what you gleaned from your investigation.
I don't understand, I'm sorry.
In the investigation, you don't have any text messages where the shooter is saying to his mother anything about going to the doctor for hallucinations or anything along those lines.
That's correct.
Okay, if that did exist, the jury would be seeing that.
That would have been turned over to the prosecution, yes.
Okay, so in this case, when the shooter says, it's at the point I'm asking to go to the doctor, my mom left when I told her, again, you have no idea if Mrs. Crumbley ever saw these texts between the shooter and his friend.
Correct.
And we can agree, we don't have any more context than just this text thread that exists between these two.
Judge, again, counsel is getting very close to running afoul of the motion that she filed to preclude evidence, Judge. There is a lot of context, but counsel
Your
requested
Honor,
motions.
this is making it sound like there's evidence being hidden, and there's not.
Okay, well, I've said there's no evidence being hidden. There's no evidence being hidden. But, okay, so I ask the next question.
Okay.
You're not aware of any communication between the shooter and his mother?
No,
Yes, me.
correct.
Okay. And when the shooter texts his friend, I was thinking of calling 911 so I could go to the hospital and text, I need help. There are no 911 calls, correct?
Correct.
There are no text messages to Mr. or Mrs. Crumbley saying those same types of things.
Correct.
And when he says, I am going to ask my parents to go to the doctor tomorrow or Tuesday again, we obviously don't know if that's true.
Correct.
And when he says, but this time I am going to tell them about the voices, okay, that's the next text, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. In his words, he did not send that information to his mom and dad as far as you can see from his messages with them.
Correct.
So when we're talking about this whole text thread, where at the end he says, like, I am mentally and physically dying, you also don't have any evidence that the friend who received these showed them to the shooter's mom, correct?
Correct.
There's no evidence that his friend did anything with these text messages beyond the fact that they exist.
Correct.
We don't know if...
Judge, we just need to clarify, there's thousands and thousands of text messages. She needs to be more specific. Is she asking to comment on the 20,000 page text thread? Is she asking to comment on certain days? It isn't fair to the witness who reviewed all this information.
Okay, well, is there any evidence that the friend shared anything with the parents? I'm-
Not that I know of.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Now, on April 29th, okay, so we've talked now about April 4th and 5th, the text between the shooter and his friend. Okay, we just finished that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, now I want to go to April 29th, and this is exhibit number 104. You testified about a text thread that went between Jennifer Crumbley and the shooter's friend's mother, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in this text thread, the moms are, you would agree with me, talking about the difficulties of online school and how it's wreaked havoc essentially on their kids.
Correct.
Okay? And they start off by talking because Jennifer is telling the friend's mother that Ethan is not going to bowling, correct?
Correct.
And she says he's been acting kind of depressed. I don't know what's going on, correct?
Correct.
And she says, I'm not sure if there's something bothering him at school. He doesn't really feel good. I can't get anything out of him, correct?
Correct.
She doesn't say anything in here like he's seeing things, he's hallucinating, I'm noticing that he's paranoid, correct?
Correct.
She uses the word, he appears to be somewhat depressed. Depressed is the word she uses.
Correct.
In terms of the word depressed, that could have meanings.
Objection, speculation.
Okay, he's not gonna explain what being depressed means.
Well, that was actually my exact question, was just, you can't explain what it means. That was my question.
It means different things to different people, different professions. right?
You answered my question. That was my question. Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, may I continue?
Yes.
Okay. So then they're talking about how the shooter and his friend are happy when they're together, and Mrs. Crumbley was concerned, based on these text messages, that there had been something going on between the shooter and his friend, but it's clear that's not an issue, correct?
Correct.
So these text messages, Mrs. Crumbley is, you would agree with me that overall, she is indicating an interest in figuring out what's wrong with her son.
She's pointing out things that she's aware of.
Okay? And this text thread, there are more texts between Jennifer Crumbley and the friend's mother, correct?
Correct.
And there's one other set that we're going to talk about, but this evidence about, there's not any further explanation of what the word depressed means in the messages or not, correct?
Correct.
All we have is what's in these text messages. I'm sorry, scratch that. Okay, so this is on 4/29. We can agree that obviously on that date, Mrs. Crumbley made representations using the word depressed.
Correct.
The next set of text messages with the shooter's friend's mother were admitted as Exhibit 105. And we can agree these are months and months later, in October of 2021, correct?
That's correct.
So this jury is seeing texts from April 29th, and then October 31st.
That's correct.
On October 31st, there is discussion between Jennifer and the shooter's friend's mother about the decision they had to make to send the friend away, correct?
There wasn't discussion, she didn't reply back to the 4th of November, but Jennifer texted her or sent a message to her.
Okay, send a message to her asking how they're doing, saying they're thinking about them,
Correct.
okay? And the friend's mom writes back, talking about how hard it is, I appreciate you checking on our family, those kind of things, correct?
Correct.
And in these texts, Jennifer mentions, I know Ethan misses him, meaning his friend, correct?
Correct.
And she's asking just how things are going for the friend who's away.
Correct.
Okay. Now, at the end of these text messages, there's a few texts from December of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Now, those text messages are not about anything related to the shooter being sad or depressed, correct? Those text messages are after the shooting has taken place, correct?
Correct.
In those text messages, there's not many, we're only talking about a couple. The friend's mother asks if Ethan is safe on November 30th, correct?
Correct.
So on the day of the shooting, when the friend's mother asks at 3:47, is Ethan home safe? It would be fair, and if you don't know the answer, you can tell me, it would be fair to assume she's asking, is he safe from the shooting?
He can't answer that question, and these are Facebook messages, not text.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Okay. So Jennifer Crumbley says, I'm sure you've seen the news, and ultimately says, I'm sick to my stomach, correct?
Correct.
And she mentions to the friend's mother that they're getting threats all over social media, which is something we talked about earlier, correct?
Correct.
And she also says that they're staying in a hotel because the news is camped out at their house.
Correct.
Yes?
Yes.
During your testimony, you admitted some GPS location information.
Yes.
And if you need to see the exhibits, let me know, but I think these will be simple questions. When you provided the jury evidence that James was at the gun store on the 26th, we can agree Jennifer was not at the store when the gun was purchased, correct?
Correct.
And when that day, there was a video on the 26th that the shooter made of him holding the gun. It's a short video that was admitted as Exhibit 417. Do you recall that little video?
Yes, I do.
And in that little video, we can't see who else is around while the shooter is filming himself with holding the Sig Sauer gun.
In the video, correct.
And we don't know, obviously, who was present in the home or in the room even with him.
Correct.
That was the day the gun was bought,
Correct.
and the shooter took that video himself, as far as we can tell.
It was on his phone, yes. It was on his phone.
And he, and it was a video that he sent to, it was a, I'm sorry, let me back up. There were also photographs taken that day of the gun,
Correct,
The day they purchased it,
correct.
Jennifer Crumbley actually posted a photo that was taken of the gun.
After they went to the gun range?
No, the day before, on Friday, the day the gun was bought, and if you don't recall, you can just, I believe it came in through the witness before you, and so if you don't know, you can just let me know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. So the gun was purchased on the 26th, and the next day is Saturday, the 27th, correct?
Correct,
On the 27th, we know that James Crumbley was door dashing that day.
correct,
That's the day that the shooter and his mother went to the gun range.
correct,
That is the day where there was posts about a mother-son experience at the range, in terms of shooting the gun, going to shoot the gun.
I remember those, yes.
Okay, now, there is not any information about where the gun was stored or placed in the Crumbley's home overnight between the 26th and the 27th.
Judge, I'm going to object. These exhibits weren't introduced to this witness. It's inappropriate to ask this witness of those questions. Agent Brandon testified yesterday. It's the same questions that she asked to him at cross-examination. He doesn't have the foundation to give that sort of testimony.
Well, I guess I don't understand the question. Are you asking, is there any communication on a text or a Facebook or a picture about whether the guns were stored, where they were stored, or whether they were?
Yeah,
Okay, so did you?
On the phones, no, I did not find.
Also, in the very minimum, he should be given the opportunity to review the exhibit before he's asked the question.
I don't know if she specifically asked him about it.
She was asking about Instagram posts.
Oh, the Instagram post, okay. All right, there's no Instagram posts about storage or being locked up or anything like that.
Not that I saw, no ma'am.
okay.
You don't see
So,
any locked guns on Instagram?
Locked guns, no.
and the evidence that you showed us from the 27th, there's not any information about who put the gun in the vehicle that drove the gun to the target, to the shooting range, correct?
I don't know anything about that.
We don't know anything about who did anything aside from the fact that we know when Mrs. Crumbley and her son went over to the shooting range.
I don't know anything about the transportation of the gun, no.
Okay. We know when they got to the range that Mrs. Crumbley and her son went in and they shot some targets, correct?
Correct.
We-
Well, the ATF guy testified to that, do you know that?
What, what-
Video?
I do know the video, yes.
Oh, okay.
The gun range video,
All right,
I have seen it.
okay.
Okay. And in terms of the text messages and all the evidence that you have reviewed, from the night of the 27th to the 28th, there are not any text messages or Facebook messages about where the gun was that night, where it was in the home, where it was in general, correct?
Correct, I don't know anything
Okay.
about that.
In these same days that the Crumbleys, that Mr. Crumbley bought the gun and Mom and the shooter went to the shooting range, from the evidence that you've talked about in front of the jury, it's clear one of their horses has some kind of an issue, a health issue going on, correct?
Correct.
So as the evidence is unfolding about what's happening on those days in terms of what the parents were doing, there's also talk about medication for the horse and things along those lines.
Correct.
When you testified about the search on Mrs. Crumbley's phone about clinical depression, you don't know anything other than what was typed in when she searched for information about clinical depression, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if that was her looking up information for herself?
Correct.
You don't know if that's looking for information about the shooter?
Correct.
Or if it's looking up information about some other person?
That's correct.
On the 29th, that was a Monday. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
Of November.
Of November.
And yes,
I'm sorry, of November.
yes,
Okay. And that was the day that the voicemail was left that was played as evidence as Exhibit 115 from Ms. Fine. Do you know what voicemail I'm talking about?
yes, I recall it.
Okay. So going a little bit backwards, that day, on that Monday, the voicemail indicates that Ethan was caught looking at bullets on his phone, correct?
That's correct.
The voicemail, we saw lots of evidence, was left on Jennifer's cell phone.
Correct.
We know Jennifer Crumbley listened to the voicemail.
That's correct.
We all heard the voicemail.
Correct.
And the voicemail did not ask Jennifer Crumbley to call back, to return the phone call, correct?
I don't believe so.
That message indicated that Ethan was not in any trouble, but the teacher wanted, or Ms. Fine wanted to make Mrs. Crumbley aware that
Judge,
they
the
had a
exhibit
discussion.
speaks for itself. He can't interpret the exhibit.
Yeah, that's the best evidence of what was said, right?
Okay.
You could have all the exhibits, so you can listen to them again.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The conversation, in that conversation, there is talk about I can play the exhibit. I'm just gonna ask about one quote, and if I need to play the exhibit, then I'll play it.
Okay, let's hear the question.
At the end of the voicemail, Ms. Fine says that it's perfectly normal and healthy.
I can't remember what she was referring to when she said that, but I do remember those words.
Okay. The tone of that conversation was not one that, well, I'm sorry. The content of that conversation did not ask Mrs. Crumbley to come over to the school or anything along those lines, correct?
Correct.
And then we did see evidence that you testified about showing that Mrs. Crumbley asked her son about that voicemail, correct?
Correct.
And her text to him was evidence we saw as Exhibit 117, where she writes to her son, seriously, bullets, correct?
Correct.
And we saw the exchange in Exhibit 117. The shooter writes back to her, I'm in no trouble.
Correct. Judge, counsel has to show the witness the exhibits
I can do that, I'm sorry.
in the entire exhibit.
Okay, we'll do the whole thing. All right, so this is Exhibit 117. And as I asked, and I think you already answered, it starts off seriously, looking up bullets in school.
Correct.
And the Jennifer's son responds, I already went to the office for that. He admits he was. We can agree that's the content of this conversation, correct?
Was that he went to the office for that? That's the last thing you said.
He says that I already went to the office for that.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so I'm moving down, and he's explaining, or at least texting, what he was looking up and saying it's because he was curious.
Correct.
In his words, on page 199, he says completely harmless.
Correct.
And based on the voicemail that we heard from Ms. Spine, it sounded like,
Objection sounded like,
okay, I apologize. I'll move on. Jennifer told her son, the school left me a voicemail, correct?
Correct?
And asked her son, did you show them your new gun?
Correct?
And obviously he says, no, he did not, and says, I did not show them the pic, my God,
Correct?
okay? Again, says it was a harmless act,
Correct?
gives more explanation to her,
Correct?
and ultimately, at the end of the conversation, he asks if he can hear the voicemail later, and she says she saved it.
Correct.
After that, there's conversation that was admitted in Exhibit 118. I've put it on the screen.
Judge, if counsel's just going to read exhibits, it's not a cross-examination. And I want to get to my redirect, I want to finish this witness
Let me
today.
finish this witness.
Your Honor, I find that when I'm asking questions, if I don't go step by step, I have to go backwards and go step by
You
step by
have to
step
follow
by
the rules
step.
of evidence. You can't ask the witness to
It's-
guess.
Yeah, we
There are
turn
some
on.
questions that could just simply be answered, and they're not being answered. So I have to go step by step by step
Okay,
when
let's
it's
do
not
it.
happening.
Let's do it. Well, yeah, but they're sort of hearing the same. So.
The evidence that was admitted as Exhibit 118 shows there was a conversation between James and Jennifer Crumbley about the issue with the bullets at school.
Correct.
We went through the timeline from November 30th, 2021, in great detail earlier. You would agree with that?
Correct.
And obviously, you've collected all of the information you could from the 30th off the cell phones of James Crumbley, Jennifer Crumbley, and the shooter to look at in your investigation.
Correct.
It's fair to say that you did not seek a search warrant for people at the school who dealt with the shooter that day.
Hold on. To clarify the form of the question, seek a search warrant for the people at the school. That's not even an investigative
Who?
method.
Okay,
The search warrant for who?
For the people, right, exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot.
all right, sorry, I'll back up.
And for what?
Okay, you're aware that Jennifer and James Crumbley went to the school. We saw the video of them walking in for the appointment, correct?
Correct.
You're aware they met with Sean Hopkins.
Correct.
You're aware there was conversation in a meeting.
Correct.
You did not, at any time, seek the messages off of the devices of Mr. Hopkins, correct?
That's not for me to decide. That's the officer in charge of the case to decide what to collect and bring to me to get data for them.
Okay, so that's not something you did? That's my only question.
It's not something that we would do in computer crimes, correct?
Now, when the text was sent at 9:31, the first thing that Mrs. Crumbley, that we can tell she received that morning that was of alarm was the altered math sheet that the shooter had written on, correct?
Could you pull it up real quick, just so I could just
Sure. So that was Exhibit 123.
Correct, okay.
Okay, so Exhibit 123, now, when we say altered math sheet, the shooter initially wrote things on a math paper that was introduced as a different exhibit. It was introduced as Exhibit 74. And I'll open that up. So I've got Exhibit 74 on the right, and we can agree that was initially what the shooter wrote on his math paper.
Correct,
And after writing all the writings on Exhibit 74, he added to the math paper and added the things that we see on Exhibit 123.
correct,
Now, the first thing that Mrs. Crumbley receives is Exhibit 123, which is the altered drawing, correct?
correct,
And in terms of what's on the drawing, it speaks for itself, but it has things like, I love my life so much, harmless act, we're all friends here. It has a bunch of writings like that on there. The jury can see what's on there. It speaks for itself, fair to say?
it does, yes,
Okay. And when Mrs. Crumbley got that, we know that she immediately, because we have the timestamps, sent Mr. Crumbley a message to let him know that something was going on.
correct,
And in the text messages, or Facebook messages, which were admitted as Exhibit 125, and I'll put it up. It's specifically, Mrs. Crumbley specifically sent photos over to, I'm sorry, scratch that. Jennifer's first message at 9:33 says, call now, now being in capital letters, correct?
correct,
And emergency.
correct,
And her next text right after says emergency again.
correct,
And then we know that Mr. Crumbley texts back.
correct,
And that's in a separate, it's further down in the thread. And his response is, my God, WTF, which stands for what the fuck, correct?
correct,
So the parents, we can agree that as soon as the math paper is received by Jennifer Crumbley, there's conversation between the parents.
correct,
In addition to the messages, there's also phone conversation.
correct,
And at 10:04, we know that Jennifer Crumbley is heading to the school, physically going to the school, correct?
correct,
And at 10:05, we can see she's sending texts saying, I'm very concerned.
correct,
We know, obviously, they get to the school and have a meeting with the counselor.
correct,
And we know that that meeting only lasted 12 minutes long. That was your testimony.
correct,
We don't have any kind of record or recording of that meeting in the counselor's office.
not that I was made aware of, no, correct,
After leaving the counselor's office, we have the text messages that Jennifer Crumbley sent Kira Pennick.
correct,
Okay, we have text messages that Jennifer Crumbley sent Andy Smith, which were introduced and admitted.
correct,
And it's fair to say that Jennifer Crumbley is telling at least those people about what's going on with her son, or that she's dealing with something.
Correct.
Now, we know Jennifer Crumbley goes back to work. We saw the exhibit showing her re-entering back at her office,
Correct?
okay? And we know that at some point, there's obviously a notice out that was admitted. The Oxford High School has there's an alarm of an active shooter, correct?
Yes, correct.
Upon hearing that, we saw all of the evidence about Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley heading back to the school, correct?
Correct.
And all of that evidence speaks for itself in terms of the timeline of events that happened. And you went through those times on the record already, so we don't need to do that again.
Correct.
In those messages, there was not anything from Jennifer Crumbley saying anything along the lines of, I think Ethan might shoot people today.
It's actually the form of the question, anything along the lines.
Okay, I'll rephrase. Jennifer Crumbley, the text messages that we have are the extent of the text messages. You've provided everything from November 30th. Everything we've gone through, there's not more text messages that this jury's not seen. Is that a fair statement? On November 30th.
On November 30th.
Correct.
Okay. And we can see the messages that Jennifer sent over to her son at the time. You introduced those when you testified.
Correct.
And there's various exchanges, obviously between them that speak for themselves, and the jury can read those,
There were changes, yes.
okay? And there's a message that says, ultimately for Mrs. Crumbley, and if you need to see it, you can let me know, Ethan, don't do it.
After he was in custody, yes. She sent, that message was sent.
And at the time that message was sent, we don't know what Jennifer Crumbley knew in her head.
Correct.
All we can do is look at the evidence and read what's before us and what's been admitted in the testimony.
And the text messages?
Yes.
Correct.
You testified about alarm images in exhibits 149 and 150. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna just put up 149 and 150. Okay, and I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. This was an alarm clock on the track phone. Is that right?
Correct.
So this is an alarm clock set for 6:30 in the morning and 6:45 in the morning that would have been for Saturday, December 4th.
Correct.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so these alarms, from what you can tell, were set on the day before, on the 3rd.
Correct.
And then again, there was some testimony, and I believe we've mostly covered this. Ultimately, when you looked at the cell phone, between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick, you testified, I believe, that there were 26 messages still on the phone.
Correct.
And from the data, you could see there was actually 4,047 that existed at one time between them.
Correct.
So obviously, many messages had been deleted between Kira and Jennifer Crumbley by Jennifer Crumbley on her phone.
That's correct.
And again, there's not any texts or anything that say that have explanations about deleting things. All we know is that they were deleted.
Correct, you said yes.
May I have one moment, please? So, there's also, I just have one point of clarification and then I'm done, promise. There are some messages that say that they are unsent. What's the difference between unsent or deleted?
Deleted would tell me that it's just not there anymore. You would delete the message that says it was unsent even.
Okay, so the unsent messages, it's possible for someone to send a message to someone else, but before it's received, to unsend it and recall it back. Is that a fair statement?
I believe also if it was received, that you can unsend it, you can pull it back, yes.
Okay, and throughout some of the evidence we've seen, it appears that messages were unsent at times.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Tell me how long you need for redirect.
I'll finish today.
Okay,
Just give me a few minutes.
all right.
Okay. Now, let's talk first about the deleted messages, the message between Jennifer and Brian Maloche. So when you looked at the return, it didn't just say unsent, it had the red X insignia next to it. What does that signify to you?
That it is deleted.
Okay, so clearly Jennifer Crumbley knew how to delete those messages,
Correct.
okay? And in fact, she deleted ones that said, "We're on the run again,"
That's correct.
and "We're fucked,"
Correct.
okay? And I want to talk to you just really quickly about this word right here. It was a harmless act. Does that signify anything to you?
Yes, it does. It was
How
al-
so?
It was also written on the modified math paperwork.
Harmless act, right there. Okay, that's exhibit 123. And Jennifer was sent that,
Correct.
and she was sent that on November the 30th before the shooting.
That's correct.
She was also sent this, People 74. And People 74, the shooter wrote, "Help me."
Correct.
She was sent that, and she saw that,
Yes, sir.
okay? And then she communicated about that with her husband.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you were asked lots and lots and lots of questions about, is there any evidence of, did you find any evidence of certain topics? So, specifically with deleted content, you can't tell if there's something that was deleted but unable to be recovered by search warrant.
That's correct.
And we've already established that Jennifer Crumbley knew how to delete. In fact, she did delete certain messages.
Correct.
All right. And one message in particular she deleted to Kira Pennick was that picture of this drawing.
Correct.
Okay. And speaking of that exhibit between Jennifer Crumbley and Kira Pennick, that's People's 130. In those exhibits, they're in front of you if you want to look at them, there's about 28 pictures. They're screenshots. So there are many communications regarding her horses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one of the first things she does after the meeting is say, I can't, or after the shooting rather, is I won't be able to make it there tonight. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct. I can look it up.
Take a look. And tell us the time that came into. You know what? I'll pull it up for you.
Yeah, I don't see it real quick.
That's right, I'll pull it up for you. "2:36 p.m. Kira, I won't be there tonight." Okay, it's on the screen.
Okay,
That's part of Exhibit 130. And that is, the shooting ended at 1 p.m., so that's an hour and 36 minutes after he was taken into custody.
correct, I see it now, yes.
That's 6 minutes after she arrived home from the substation, after she was brought there,
Correct,
and that's the last time she saw her son.
correct.
6 minutes after, okay. So you were asked about a lot of questions about this Facebook chat here, including a particular message where Jennifer says, "I wish there had been some kind of warnings."
Correct.
Okay.
Remember that?
But she sent this to Kira, and this is the picture where he said, "Help me," with the picture of, where he wrote, "Help me," with the picture of the firearm.
Correct,
Okay, and she deleted that though. She later on deleted that particular text that she sent to Kira.
correct.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about this big stack of these messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley. Do you remember those questions from council?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were asked if there were certain messages about any message that Jennifer had about my son's gonna shoot up the school, things like that?
I remember that, yes.
Okay. You have had a chance to review some of those messages, or all of those messages?
Yes,
Okay. And was there anything in the messages indicating they were going to take him to see a therapist?
no, there was not.
Anything in there indicating they were worried and they wanted to take him to see a psychiatrist?
No, there was not.
Was there any time they tried to set up any mental health counseling?
No,
In the phone logs or text messages from the period after the school meeting until the shooting, were there any indications that they researched any mental health professionals?
no, there was not.
Did they call any counseling offices?
No, they
Did
did
they
not.
call any psychiatrists?
No,
I'd like you just referring to that message, and Judge, for the record, again, I'd like to omit the entire thread that is Exhibit 423. That's the entire Facebook thread between James and Jennifer Crumbley. I'd like to have that available for the jury if they want to look at that.
Your Honor, I would have no objection to that as long as we redact the things that this court's already deemed inadmissible. That would be fine.
Okay, I don't recall specifically what those are, but if there's already been a ruling and things have been redacted, then I would like those taken out.
Certainly,
Okay.
certainly. Sir, if you could, referring to that, what would be Exhibit 423, contrast for the jury, please, the amount of time and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley regarding their horses with their messages regarding their son.
Your Honor, I would object. There needs to be a foundation that he can even determine this or has data to support this.
Sure.
Did you look at the messages?
I looked at the message, yes.
Okay. Are you able to contrast the amount of time and messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley regarding their horses
Your
versus
Honor,
their
I would
son?
object. This is misleading and speculative, and
It's-
there's been lots of talk about things that have been deleted, that we don't have all the messages, so I would object, Your Honor.
Judge, for the record, the point is that counsel asked, is there any evidence of, when
Okay.
this witness has already testified, so things are deleted, and he's going to testify what's actually on thread.
Okay, I'm making your desk a little bit here. Okay, first of all, you want 423 text messages between,
Facebook messages.
Facebook messages between Mr. and Mrs. Crumley admitted in the redacted form. I'm gonna ask that, the redacted form be verified by Ms. Smith, and then I'll admit 423 because you do not object.
Thank
Okay,
you.
you want him to ask him, he's going to be estimating, obviously.
I'm asking for an estimation.
And, Your Honor, I was not allowed to ask his interpretation of topics or words that were in there, and so for the prosecutor to ask this question, that's asking him to interpret how often they're talking about various topics. That's the same kind of question I was asking, and I was prohibited from asking.
Well,
So-
you asked him to interpret something that someone said or what they thought, which
I-
you can't do.
I also asked questions about, in those text messages, there was nothing about, I believe our son could be a shooter. And that was objected to, and he wasn't
No,
able to.
he answered.
There were other questions along the same lines where I was not able to talk about
No,
the
he
top.
answered that there were no communications like that. He answered that. If you had another example, he reviewed all of these, the text messages. He also said some were deleted. He looked at the Facebook, right?
423 is going to be admitted, so it can be argued later. I will withdraw my objection.
Okay.
Could you contrast for us the amount of messages between James and Jennifer Crumbley regarding their horses with the messages regarding their son?
I would say there was a vast majority of just discussing their horses and putting ointments on their legs and getting the vets to see them. If I had to put a number on it, it'd be upwards of 75-80% of the conversation.
Over what period of time, if you know?
With that volume right there.
Oh, okay. When does that start and when does it end?
It's early in 2021.
Early 2020. Okay. All right.
Thank you. Now, what about the percentage of time expressing concern over their sons?
Up
Your
until,
Honor, I object. This is speculation, and there's no way for, he doesn't have data on this.
Do you have data on this?
just the conversation after the pictures were sent, that they drew in on the math paper, and there's a couple other conversations about him having a headache and that, but other than that, I can't remember any more conversations.
So I have some data.
You're gonna make us listen to data?
No, well, this is just the one question. Does this sound right to you that,
Your Honor, I object to leading this witness into this. If he has data, he can testify about it. If he doesn't have data, this is
Judge,
inappropriate.
people are entitled to lean
Ask
into
an
the
unrelated question.
okay. If you were to put a name search, because it's a PDF, right? So you can do a name search.
Correct.
And if you were to do a name search of their son, you could find how many times their son was mentioned,
That's correct.
okay? And if you were to do a name search of either their horses' names or horses, you could find how many times that was mentioned,
That's correct.
okay?
Your Honor, this is going so far beyond the scope of,
No, it's not. This is, you asked about this. You asked about this.
Okay. Okay. Would it surprise you that it's thousands and thousands and thousands different?
It would not at all.
Thank you. Now, you, sir, were asked a lot of questions about March 9th, March 8th, March 17th, March 19th, and March 20th. It's that area spring of 2021 that we talked about where the defendant's son was text messaging his mother and where James and Jennifer were at.
Correct. Yeah, I
Okay.
remember, yes.
So you were asked specifically, are you able to tell if Jennifer Crumbley saw those messages coming? You remember those questions?
Yes, I remember those questions.
Okay. I want to make clear that all of that information, all that evidence that was admitted on those days came from Jennifer Crumbley's original phone.
Correct.
Okay. So if she wouldn't have received it because either her phone was off or no service, it wouldn't have had the same timestamps that we see in here.
Correct.
Okay. So the timestamp of 6:03 on her phone, the exhibit, that means that's the time it actually got to her phone.
Correct.
Okay. And let me ask you something, sir. I don't think you need to be an expert to identify this, but when you take a picture, do you have to open your phone?
I mean, you have to access the app to take the picture, yes.
Right? Do you have to look at your phone?
Not necessarily, you just push the button on the
You have to
side.
hold it up and push a button.
Correct.
Okay. And so when we have pictures on Jennifer's phone from the exact same time that her son is sending her text messages, what does that tell you?
That she would have seen them.
Right. Now, you were asked about the alarm sent on December the 4th of 2021. And it was up on the screen, that's an exhibit.
I remember.
It was set for 6:30 a.m. and 6:45 a.m. on December the 4th, 2021.
Correct.
Okay, and it said when it was set, it said from 7 hours and 30 minutes from now.
Correct.
So then we can tell that she actually set that alarm at around 11 p.m. on Friday, December the 3rd.
That's correct.
Were you aware that Detroit police were actually on scene at that date and time, at that specific time, at the location where she was found?
Your Honor, I object in terms,
If he knows.
I would,
Oh, yeah, what is the objection?
well, the objection is the lack of foundation about whether he knows.
Well, you can tell us.
Well, he could tell us if he knows. I don't know.
I was not aware when Detroit Police was,
Okay. You were aware that they were on scene that evening?
yes, I was. Yes, I am.
You were also asked about what counsel referred to as threats and her, Jennifer Crumbley, receiving threats. You remember those questions?
Yes,
Okay. And you didn't just review the Facebook messages between Jennifer Crumbley and Kara Pennick, you also reviewed other Facebook messages, other chats, is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. And including the chat where she was communicating with a neighbor of hers on East Street, and James and Jennifer Crumbley met her at the Red Naps in Oxford the night of the shooting to exchange pet food.
I remember that.
Okay. Now, how close is the Red Naps to her home?
It's just down the road.
It's right in downtown Oxford,
Yep,
right?
correct,
Like a block away.
correct.
So you were asked specifically about Exhibit 130 here. If Jennifer Crumbley expressed some sort of concern over what her son did, right here, it's, "I'm bawling right now, Kara, my son ruined so many lives today."
Yes, correct.
Okay, now, that was substantially after she was asking to sell her horses for cash,
Correct.
asking cash stats, I think it was
Correct.
stats.
Yes.
Okay. And is there any text messages at all in this exhibit expressing any sort of sympathy over the victims after this?
Not that I recall.
And in fact, the conversation continues about liquidating her assets.
Correct.
Okay? And it continues about her not being able to see her horses
That's correct.
and expressing how upset she is that she can't see her horses.
That's correct.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, you stepped down, you're excused. Artist working hearing and opening hearing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, during this trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they contain incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side or the other. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. You must not go on social media, you must not post, you must not do research, you must not discuss the case with anyone. We're moving quickly. Please follow my instruction. It's so important. I don't want to have to put you in the middle of a Holiday Inn. All right? I can still do it. Okay, so follow my instructions so that we don't have to do that. Okay? I'm gonna have you return at 8:30 on Monday. Don't look at anything over the weekend. I should have served you some vitamins with your lunch. Please stay healthy and go on.
All right for the jury?
I guess that's it, folks. Thanks again for hanging out with me. Have a great, wonderful weekend. And if you do anything, do it safely. I'll see you Monday afternoon. Bye.